And ahoy, once again, my friends, it's your friend streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam here, back again with some more D&D Thursday. How the fudge are you going, my dear friends? Who have we in the chat today? We have Smithy, Flying Crocodile, Michael Oakes, so known as Dan Cooper, Bard, and Angus, and Naruto Shadow. How the fudge are you going? Because I had the screen on by accident. I hope we are all going very, very well today. Enough of this shenanigans. Let's just jump in, shall we?
There will be an enemy that will, however, be susceptible to normal weapons. So you
No.
can just feel free to use the Desert Eagle to blow that thing's head off.
No, get out of town.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hello there. Oh, hi, Mark. I did not. Welcome back. Last week, you made an alliance with Princess Sarissa, the Storm Giant. And
My future baby mama.
Yes, your future baby mama. After an impressive infiltration of the dungeon and some social manipulation and diplomatic intrigue, you were able to forge this alliance with minimal combat and expose Imrith as the imposter that she is. You have agreed to help Princess Sarissa discover the true fate of her father, and you are currently following up on the only lead, a golden goose gambling token that was found at the scene of her mother's murder. Having many months ago been aboard the Grand Dame Casino ship in the city of Yata, you immediately recognized this as a gambling chip from that establishment, and so you are currently aboard your cloud castle en route to Yata. You have spent a couple of days recovering from your ordeal in Maelstrom, and you are geared up and ready for what you have a feeling might turn out to be a bit more of a complicated lead than you initially thought.
I was gonna do some gambling.
Yes.
You get on the boat
So,
first.
here you are on the Cloud Castle. You're zooming through the skies above the Desserin Valley at the moment, the southern part of the Storm Coast, on your way from Grud Hog and Golden Fields to Yata. You will not have a chance to stop at the Fellowship on the way, as it is far to the east from here. However, you do have about a day of downtime before you reach Yata, and so is there anything that anyone in particular would like to do?
I would like to try to learn my fucking religion.
And I'm gonna finally help him. Today we're finally getting through the lovely book we have, which is An Idiot's Guide to Religion.
After how many sessions?
Oh my god, too many.
It's that scene from The Simpsons where Homer's reading marketing and then
Yeah,
beginner's
marketing
guide
for
to
dummies,
marketing.
religion for dummies. At this point, we're just reading a pop-up book calling, going, "This is my god."
No, you're just looking up the definition of the word religion in the
Did
dictionary.
you write all these books?
But,
I don't know. They gave me this money and I wrote them.
No, I'm sure there's a medieval version of Dr. Seuss who has books on gods. Pray for
So,
God.
Milo,
Yay for
I
God.
would like you, with advantage, to make a religion check, please.
I say yay when I pray to God. See, writes itself.
That is a 19 altogether.
Oh,
Hey!
finally! It's about damn time!
Praise be
bloody
Moradin
hell.
and the land he lives in.
So, ever since leaving Maelstrom, where you use your current knowledge of Yondala to explain to Uthar and Sarissa why Zastrid/Yonda had to be returned to an infant, you thought that you were confident enough that you were beginning to understand
Jesus!
the intricacies of your religion. And
Dale,
so
hold on a second.
Yep.
Pity, Thank you for subscribing to me.
Thank you for subscribing, Giddy. And so for this entire trip, you have essentially sequestered yourself in your chambers on the Cloud Castle, with Angus coming in to help every now and then, with a big stack of religious books ranging in skill level from tomes for serious religious scholars to picture books designed to teach children how to
Oridon's
pray.
pop-up
And
Oh,
these are the ones that I like the most. They have pictures.
The big British
like
book
the
of
pictures.
religion.
They got pictures which make it easy to learn.
Can we please call it the big British book of religion?
Having successfully recited some of Yondalla's tenets in the Storm Giant Court filled you with enough confidence that you were able to plough through most of these tomes and gain a relatively intricate understanding of your new religion. And so you have become fully proficient in religion. Angus pats you on the back as you close the last tome and he says, good job, lad, and not a moment too soon.
I need a drink.
As you leave Milo's room, you can't help but notice that on his reading desk, the majority of the complicated scholarly tomes have not been touched. All the children's picture books are filled with bookmarks and scribblings in the
That is like so opposite of me in real life too. Like...
Yeah. Enjoy D&D, people.
Meanwhile, Dan Cooper, last time you were at the Fellowship, your honey, Lena the Enchantress, managed to help you smuggle a couple of choice books out of the Fellowship library onto the Cloud Castle so that you may read them in any downtime you have. And so, making sure that Angus is busy helping Milo and not at all keeping an eye on what you were doing, you lock the door to your quarters and place your bag on the desk and remove the small stack of books that you have borrowed from the Guildhall library so that you may finally learn history and how it may serve you in your plans going forward. I would like you, Dan Cooper, to please make an intelligence check.
Shit, you not Faye. Stay the fuck out of this. Oh.
15. Plus you're, not bad at all. Without the pressure of having to hurry your studies up because Angus may enter the library at any moment, with the knowledge that you are not going to be bothered in your quarters because no one wishes to set foot in them, you skim through the entire stack of books, and once you learn how to decipher Bartleby's arcane-looking chicken scratch in the margins, you discover that his observations actually enhance the text somewhat and make it slightly easier to understand, and you gain a good grounding of the history of Faerun, dating back the last couple of 100 years. Most particularly focusing on the rise and fall of dark wizards and liches. One in particular who catches your attention is of the Cholton lich Raznasi, who, about a century ago, attempted to conquer the jungle continent of Cholt across the trackless sea. The book claims that he was defeated, though doesn't explain how, and you later learn, as you read more books on the topic, that the consensus seems to be that people think he was defeated, but in reality, he kinda just disappeared, and most historians are unsure of what has become of him. Reading this seems to inspire you somewhat, and you think that perhaps you would like to make a similar mark on history one day. And so, you now gain half proficiency in history.
Hey, thank you.
Meanwhile, we have Reva standing on the edge of the stone wall surrounding the Cloud Castle courtyard, holding out her arm as Ivana spreads her wings and sets flight into the cloudy sky. Making sure to look over her feathery shoulder at you as she departs and shouting, "Just taking a quick trip to the server, I'll be back in a sec." And by the end of that day, Ivana has returned with a pouch full of ingredients. Would you like to apply advantage to potion making or poison making? Potions. Very well. You thank Ivana, you pat her on the head and under the beak. Wait for her to pop back on your shoulder, and then you loosen the pouch from her talon and carry it into your quarters and get to work. Please make a herbalism kit check with advantage.
Hey.
19. Okay. You may make 6 normal potions of healing or 3 potions of greater healing. Very well, 3 potions of greater healing. Ivana's pickings are quite slim today, and so they can only go so far. You're only able to brew 3 potions, but of course, it's better than nothing. Ivana looks at these slim pickings as you work, and she sort of shrugs apologetically and says, price of petrol's gone up at least $1, love.
In the Cloud Castle, are the kobolds there, or are they in the guild?
Kobolds are always there.
Alright, I just have to remember, because, has anyone else got anything they want to do?
I mean,
Remy's done his thing. I really don't really have anything I need to do, I don't think.
Yep, so you were just spending most of that time helping Milo reading.
Now I'm just back in the Balby Express drinking.
Drinking and
Nargle
you need a drink after having to dumb down that lesson a lot.
Nargle would like to cure his boredom by wrestling the kobolds.
That's
Very
horrible
well.
bastards. What did they do to piss you off?
Nargle, you look around. Angus and Milo are busy with their studies. Dan Cooper seems to have shut himself in his quarters. Reva is busy making potions, and who knows where Bartleby has gotten to. And so you were forced to alleviate your boredom by bursting through the door into the kobolds' quarters, startling them as they all look up and give out a scream in unison and jump and spill pebble dice all over the floor with a clatter as you enter. One of them scratches his head and he looks up at you, and he reaches for one of the pebble dice on the ground and he proffers it to you and he says, Would Master Nargle like to play Clicky Number Rocks?
I take off the top half of my armor and like, right, I'm bored. The first 3 of you take me on. The first one who manages to take me down gets 1 gold piece.
All of the kobolds look at each other. On one hand, they look very hesitant to engage you in a wrestling contest. On the other hand, the prospect of a gold coin excites them, and one kobold sitting at the wooden table throws a handful of pebble rocks onto the table, and he says, "Oh boy, a gold coin! Think of all the Clicky Number Rocks we could buy! I mean..." And he stands up and he reaches for the small leather tunic that he wears. grabs it, wrenches it off, and then does his best show at flexing his muscles, even though you can't see any, and he steps forwards. I would like
Flick
you
them
to
in the
please
face and they're
make-
gonna fucking die.
I would like you to please make a strength athletics check, Nargle.
What is? That's a non-nat 20.
On that 20.
Non-nat.
Okay. Non-nat. I'll do one for the kobold.
And because of my newfound faith, is going. Moradin gives me strength.
Oh, hey, I was just somewhere in the castle. I just see him going, oh, so now he believes. And go back to drinking.
The kobold comes up baring his teeth, gnashing them and clenching his fists. And as he walks up, you reach out with one hand, palming him in the middle of his chest. He falls over backwards. You then bend over and pin him with your forefinger. Struggles, but is unable to get free. One of the other kobolds counts down from 10, and then he smashes a stick on a wine goblet and says, Master Nargul, the winner! You stand up and boldly say, next. The next kobold steps forward and he says, see, mistake is you didn't use lucky number rock first. Reaches for the pile of dice on the table and he shakes it in his hand and you see him muttering something under his breath that sounds suspiciously like, please, 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 please.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
He rolls it onto the table and he leans over and then he says, hot diggity 20! And then he steps forward with a confident look on his face. Make an athletics check, please, Nargle.
Oh shit. That's a 1.
Oh.
Oh damn!
Oh no.
Kobold comes forwards and you try to palm him in the chest like you did the previous one, but he ducks to the left. And you push forwards and you gain so much momentum that you lose control of yourself and fall face forward onto the floor. The kobold then giggles and he runs up and sits on the back of your head. And although the kobold doesn't weigh very much, the sheer feeling of him sitting on your head constricts your breathing, and try as you might, you are unable to get up. Another kobold counts down from 10, and then he strikes his stick on the wine goblet, and then he says timidly, Master Nargul, not win? The kobold sitting on your neck climbs off and lets you get back to your feet, and then he sheepishly looks at you and he fiddles his hands together, bows his head and says, apologies, Master Nargul. Please don't throw me off the castle.
I pick him up and sort of bare my teeth at him like dead in the eye for like a good a good half a minute and just glaring at him and just like, you put up a good fight, here's 5 gold pieces.
You reach into your pocket and you throw a stack of 5 gold coins onto their table. The kobold's eyes light up and all the other kobolds next to him jump, their eyes suddenly transfixed on the gold coins. He counts them out, takes 3 for himself, and then hands 2 coins to the other 2 kobolds who were going to wrestle you. And then he gazes upon his 3 coins in his hand and he says, ooh, I can get proper number rocks. Not pebbles, proper number rocks from an actual shop with uniform carving and real numbers on them.
Oh my god, I can't. When we go to a shop, I kind of want to buy them real dice now.
The other kobolds cheer in unison, and then in the background you see a group of 3 more kobolds who look up at you after sniffing a white powdery substance off the bedside table, and one of them, with the powder still dripping out of his nostril, says, "And we can get more dragon bone marrow too!"
God damn it, I made drug addicts out of the kobolds.
The kobolds all cheer and they begin to chant, "Master Noggle! Master Noggle!"
Good Lord.
You chuckle, half embarrassed, and exit their room.
All hail
You
Noggle.
have gained an inspiration point.
I've gained an inspiration point? Holy crap.
Yeah.
All hail Noggle, Squire of Marden, he who is God amongst kobolds.
No. Drug dealer of kobolds.
Well, either. Call them what you will. Hey, good employment's good employment. At least they're happy. You don't usually get that out of employees.
Yep. Well, that was a fun little thing.
That happened.
The thing.
And so, early the next morning, the Cloud Castle hovers above the city of Yata. Its obsidian black pointed spires and heavily fortified city walls, almost a blight on the landscape of the Desserin Valley. A big, sprawling mass of black and brown, twisted spires and sharp edges through which the River Desserin wends. You park the Cloud Castle on top of a hill, a short walk from Yata, and then you walk along the path to the fortified city gates, wrought iron portcullis, holding up travelers and merchants as guards clad in black plate armor check them one by one, first checking their goods to ensure that no contraband is being brought into the city, and secondly, checking for their entry permits or citizenship papers.
Oh yeah, we have those, don't we?
Yes.
What do we have?
Entry permits
Oh,
to
yeah.
Yata.
Right.
You line up for a few minutes as the line ahead of you moves smoothly, and one by one, the travelers and merchants ahead of you, their caravans, horses, and small, tightly knit groups, granted access to the city by the guards. Finally, it is your turn. The portcullis slams shut as the people ahead of you enter the city, and then 2 guards clad in black plate mail step forward. One of them holds up his hand, and he says, "Citizenship papers or entry permits, please." Last time you were here, Reva convinced Sinister Sally to get you some fake citizenship papers, and indeed you still have these on you. Would you like to present them?
Yeah, might as well.
Do it.
One by one, you reach in to your bags and extract the fake citizenship papers. The guard takes them and he holds them all in a stack. He motions for the other guard to come and join him, and then they carefully go through the papers, studying each one in turn. There's silence for a few moments, and they look at each other a couple of times, but do not say anything. After a while, the guard who holds your papers looks up. He clears his throat, and he says, "Well, there appears to be a slight discrepancy. Your papers are in order, except they appear to have been issued by Lord Braithwaite, and the date of issue the date of issue is not correct, as Lord Braithwaite had the authority to sign and endorse citizenship papers taken away from him a month before these were issued.
Ah,
Beside you, you hear Raver swallow. It appears Scimitar Sully has made a careless mistake.
Can I interject?
The other guard steps forward and folds his arms, and he says, I'm sure there's an explanation for this, if you would just indulge us.
Well,
Alright,
bullshit. How good are you feeling today?
PS check.
All right,
Here's my
Dan Cooper. What do you say, Dan Cooper?
I'd like to convince them to say, well, we didn't know of this administration clerk error. Had there been wrong issue papers, then that should have been taken up with the administration. We are only simple travelers trying to do our jobs. And we play this off as an honest mistake.
Very
However,
well.
everything else lines up. There should be no reason why we should get on.
Yep, but make a persuade check, please.
Can I give him advantage?
Everyone, he got 18.
Okay, don't worry.
I think he has advantage with his cloak anyway.
Oh, he just
Yeah,
rolled a
but
1d100.
Hasn't.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a D100. Actually, he's going to do it again.
Gentlemen, you should be able to let us off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't transformed his cloak yet, but Reaver can give him advantage if he rolls bad on this one. So roll the D20 M1, and we'll see how you go.
Alright, 18. Didn't I already roll it?
No, he rolled a D100.
Roll it again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Oh, I roll again.
Yeah.
go again.
Oh, okay, so.
D20,
Alright,
not
let's do it
D100.
again. Oh, shit, I did D100. Fuck, sorry. I thought it was good. Okay.
Another one.
Charisma.
5 makes 13, and the DC was only 12, so
Oh.
that's enough. The guard listens intently as you explain to him that, well, you weren't aware that the dates were wrong. Last time you were here, you performed a service for Water Baron Nestra Ruthiol, and as a result, she promised that she would have someone endorse you as citizens. You were given the endorsement, and it's likely that the papers probably got held up in administration for a while, which explains how the date does not line up with when the endorsement was given by Lord Braithwaite. Playing it all off as an honest mistake. The guard nods and he says, yes. Well, we try to do our best, but sometimes the wheels of bureaucracy turn slowly. Even in a city with such liberal use of laws as ours, he says. He folds up the papers. He folds up the papers and he hands them back to you, and he says, please accept our apologies. And then he calls to someone atop the city gates who begins turning a large wooden wheel, opening up the portcullis and granting you access to the city. The guard gestures for you to enter.
Come here, Archie.
Oh.
Sorry. He just got up to get a drink, and Archie saw the chance to jump on the.
Sorry, I stepped out for a second. What did I just miss?
Kitty got up to get a drink. She came back, and just as she was going to sit down on the chair, Archie hopped on the.
No, I meant with M1.
Oh no, he got you through perfectly fine. You enter the city of Yatar proper. Once again, finding yourselves in its eerily clean, well-maintained streets. A city that, for the most part, gives off of the veneer of being safe and orderly. But, despite this, you know it for a fact as being home to Scimitar Sally's Thieves Guild, the Hands of Yata. And apart from this, its macabre reputation throughout the realms of being a place where the law is applied perhaps a bit too liberally, and in some cases, perhaps a bit too much. Despite its outward appearances, your experiences here last time left you with the impression that this is a city where one must watch their step and be careful what they say and to whom. Just the same, it doesn't appear to have changed in all those months. And if you didn't know any better, you would say that the city has done nothing other than lead a peaceful, ordinary, orderly existence since the last time you were here. You could proceed directly to the casino boat, but it might be worth paying a visit to Scimitar Sally if there's something you think she can do for you, or if there's any shopping or anything else you'd like to do, such as acquiring a drink at a local tavern and gathering information, you may feel free.
I was gonna say, I feel like Scimitar Sally is probably a good spot to visit, especially for Reva.
Yes, you may do this. So you've all decided that you'd like to pay a visit to Scimitar
I want
Sally.
to go to the bar, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
On
fair
your
enough,
own,
I'll
while
do it
everyone
then.
else goes to see Scimitar Sally.
Will we have a chance to shop after seeing Scimitar Sally?
Yeah, you can go to the bar after you see Scimitar Sally.
Fine.
I'll go see Scimitar Sally. Then.
Ruin my fun.
Okay.
Birthday shopping.
I would like Reva to please make a deception check. Okay, 15. You are aware that Scimitar Sally never quite meets in the same place. However, you know how to locate her quite easily. You lead the party to the marketplace and you look around until you see a beggar in the middle of the market square. A beggar who looks a little bit too aware of the situation to be a beggar. Her shrewd face carefully examining every passerby. Walk up to her and deposit a gold coin into the small stone bowl she has in front of her. She smiles at you. You then give her Scimitar Sally's password. She smiles again knowingly and directs you to a fabrics and garment warehouse on the east bank of the river. You thank her with another gold coin, and then you lead your party out of the market square through the city streets of Yata, crossing a bridge over the bank, and then into the warehouse district. Eventually, you come to a relatively isolated warehouse tucked in between a maze of alleyways and side streets, looking far smaller and dirtier than the surrounding warehouses. The sign on the front of it, Budmeister Fashions, weathered and worn. You walk up to the door and rap on it with the guild's secret knock. A female voice answers on the other side, stating, "What business do you have here?"
Sally?
It's not Sally, one of her girls.
My second bench.
Where's Vector?
You hear the woman on the other side. You hear the woman murmur to someone else for a moment, and then you hear a click, and the wooden door begins to slide open. On the other side, you see two young women wearing the telltale robes of the guild. They gesture for you to enter. You enter the warehouse, and you are led through a dusty warehouse floor where 5 or 6 members of the guild are at work cataloguing the contents of several crates, most of which appear to contain luxury clothing, though a couple of which contain knickknacks, artifacts, and strange, uh, perhaps magical items, recent takings of the guild. You are led to a small office on the other side of the. You are led to a small office on the other side of the floor when one of the girls raps on the door, and you hear a familiar, throaty older woman's voice on the other side. Enter. The door opens. The door opens, and inside, standing in front of a table overlaid with jewelry and other gold and silver trinkets and precious metals, you see Scimitar Sally. Beside her is a familiar burly dwarf carrying a large wooden crate in one hand as Scimitar Sally lifts up the knickknacks and places them in. It is Vector.
Hey, Vector!
How's that noggin of yours?
You hear Vector say, "Huh? Who's that?" And then he turns his head to the right, peeking out over the side of the crate, and he says, "Oh, it's you lot." And then he fumbles the crate, distracted. He nearly drops it, and in a flash is able to straighten himself, but not before Scimitar Sally gives him a glare and then says, "Be careful there, Vector, my dear. Hand-eye coordination was never your strong suit. Now you just put that crate down on the ground and let Mother finish stocking it. Go and help the girls outside." You hear Vector groan, "Yes, Mom," and then place the crate on the ground with its lid wide open, half full of jewelry and other expensive items. He looks at you all, smiles, and gives a half salute as he exits Scimitar Sally's office and closes the door behind him. Scimitar Sally begins to carefully place the items on the desk into the crate. In between items, she looks up at you, smiles, and says, "Ah, Reva, you've returned from your adventures once again, and you've brought the rest of the fellowship. Good, good. I didn't hear that you would be returning to Yata so soon."
Reva's a thirsty bitch.
Yep.
I don't know.
Golden Goose
Let's
token.
just basically explain the situation between the token found and the Dead Storm Queen.
Yeah, and I'm gonna help her.
You help her put away the guild's ill-gotten goods as you explain how you simply couldn't wait to see her again, and you regale her with tales of your adventures since the last time you were here, your journey to the Temple of the All-Father, Morga's Mound, your adventures in Gauntlgrim, the Cloud Castle, Iron Slag, Grothog, and most recently your adventures in Maelstrom. She listens to your story, and then she frowns and she says, "Yes, Vector mentioned something when he came back. Said you made an awful lot of fools of yourself in that temple and nearly got him killed in some sort of meteor trap. What was it he said?" Then the door bursts open. Vector pokes his head in and he says, "Well, I thought they were gonna get themselves killed by giants, so I noped out of there." He slams the door shut behind him as Scimitar Sally ushers him out again. She says, "Yes, I must say, he didn't seem to think your adventures would be as successful as they've been. And, well, I'm glad that Vector was wrong. Of course, he's never really been one for deductions. Or anything involving using his brain, for that matter.
Nay, not all dwarves are built full of his smarts.
She says, apparently your brush with near death in the Temple of the All-Father made Vector reevaluate his prospects, and he decided that he would like to settle down with a comparatively safer life in the guild.
Impressive for someone. I was gonna say, there you
She says,
go.
well, it's still hopeless at stealing things or anything involving subtlety, but sometimes in this line of work it does pay to have some muscle ready.
He's more brawn than brains.
Hey,
She smiles as she takes the golden goose token and looks at it, and she says, well, your hunch was correct. This is indeed a gambling token from the Grand Dame. But of course, you already knew this. You infiltrated the Grand Dame last time you were here, and I believe you did it quite successfully, avoided arousing suspicion, and even managed to clear the name of the guild while you were there.
It was a day. Good day.
She says, so, I fail to understand what exactly you think the guild can help you with this time.
We're being enslaved. What are we doing?
we're investigating the golden
Yeah,
goose.
you don't know what you're looking for exactly. You just know that it's something to do with that ship. You want to get on board, have a look around.
Oh.
But seeing as how you don't really know what you're looking for, you thought that maybe Scimitar Sally's network might have a couple of things that they've noticed about the ship, a couple of bits of information that might point you in the right direction. She
plus,
says,
you know, you missed her.
She says, well, there might be a few scraps of information, but Reva, surely you'd know that the guild does not do favors.
But
She says,
Give her a sly
and
wink.
information in particular, if it's the information I think that you're seeking, it's quite valuable, and we were hoping to keep it out of the hands of people not of the guild. So you're going to have to make it up to me, my dear.
Oh my.
She says, well, you're a smart girl, Reva. I think, should the time come, I would be open to hearing what exactly you think you can do for me.
Oh.
Reva, I would like you to make a charisma check, please.
good thing I upped my.
It is still.
Die.
Hey.
So, you get the feeling that Scimitar Sully is alluding to a monetary payment or some sort of favor for the guild. However, Reva, you also get the impression, given that there's always been a little bit of chemistry between you and Scimitar Sully, that in this instance, she may settle for the seductive route. Would you like to take that route?
Yes.
Hey.
Can I roll insight to see if I noticed that as well?
I'm gonna marry
Yeah,
this
go
guy.
ahead, roll insight.
I fully intend Angus to.
Roll inside.
That's 19.
Oh no, he rolled
Yeah.
inside.
So Angus, You notice at first that Scimitar Sally is quite obviously asking for payment, either monetary payment or a favor for the guild. However, the look on Reva's face as she steps forward and explains to Scimitar Sally that she's become quite a bit more flexible during your adventures together. Openly tells you that Reva has something quite different in mind.
I'm just sitting there muttering, going, I should have just gone to the inn.
And as you make this deduction, so too does Bartleby, apparently, as you immediately hear the gnome on Nargle's shoulder go, and shut up quite violently.
I say, shut up, you little goblin.
Let me have this, damn it!
Bartleby says, oh dear, and then he reaches into his backpack, pulls out a book, and brings it up to his face, burying himself in it.
At this point, I just see how much he's blushing. I pick him off my shoulder and just like hold him in front of me so he can just...
You will watch
Burning and struggling at first, but then he seems to resign himself to it. And he just sighs, goes limp, and says, very well, I've got front row seats to the depravity once again.
Think of it as research.
Scimitar Sally looks taken aback at first, and then you see her smile, and she has the slightest hint of a blush. And she says, well, Reva, perhaps take you up on that when the time comes. She says, so, the Grand Dame, what have we got? Well, she says, after you were here last time, and you told us that one of the women working aboard the boat appeared to be connected to what was it you said? A sort of Kraken cult. Well, I got a couple of my girls looking into that, and we seem to have determined that the ship, well, although the ship itself has no connection to them, that there are a number of people on board the ship who are connected to or may indeed be members of the Kraken Society. And we've found out some we've heard hair curling stories about this organization. A sort of a cross between a cult and a crime syndicate. Secretive, have holdings in many cities, not just Yata, seem to engage in underhanded crime, gambling, protection rackets, theft, robbery, peddling of illicit substances, smuggling, but the money goes towards keeping the operations of what appears to be a cult to some sort of figure known only as the Kraken running smoothly. She says, now, here's the part that will be interesting to you, that will be most interesting to you. She smiles once again, and she says, we may have determined that Lord Dryland, the noble who owns the Grand Dame, was very recently initiated into this Kraken Society. Indeed, he appears to have been in the process of being courted for possible recruitment the last time we were here. But now he is a full-fledged member of this organization, and since he has joined, the Grand Dame has begun the process of more or less transforming into an outpost for this group in Yata. She says it appears that Lord Dryland was initiated on the condition that he would allow the Kraken Society to use his riverboat for their own ends, and to be their eyes and ears and voice here in Yata. As anyone around here will tell you, Lord Dryland has often been a political rival of a water baron, Nestor Ruthio. And indeed, if the Kraken Society were able to enable Lord Dryland to politically maneuver himself ahead of Lady Ruthiol and become the Water Baron of Yartar, well, then they would be essentially well placed to control this city. She says, so, if you are intending on infiltrating the Grand Dame, I think that finding and questioning Lord Dryland might be a good place to start. She says, and if I were a bit more law abiding, I might consider paying a visit to Lady Ruthiol in the Water Baron's palace and seeing perhaps if I can coax some political secrets about Lord Dryland out of her. That if I was going for a more underhanded means of interrogation, that is.
Always good at
That's
the
interesting.
interrogation.
That's definitely something we could look into. Speaking of looking into certain things underhanded, I pull out the passes that we tried to use to get into the city. I don't suppose you could fix these up a bit. Turns out there was a minor mistake on the dates. We almost got busted trying to get back into the city. Minor issue.
Scimitar Sally says, oh, raising her eyebrows and then takes the papers and she looks at them and she says, oh, well, that's the last time I get one of the rookies to forge an official document. She says, yes, it is true. Lord Braithwaite was relieved of his political office only a short while after we got a hold of these papers. Indeed, Lord Dryland may have had something to do with it, as Lord Braithwaite is one of Lady Ruthiol's closest political allies. She says, tell you what, there's a bit too much heat on us right now to issue new documents, but if you take these to Water Baron Ruthiol and tell her of your inconvenience that your citizenship papers are no longer valid due to Lord Braithwaite's departure from office, I'm sure she might be willing to work out an arrangement.
That's fair enough.
Is there any way
She
that we
hands back the papers. Yep, Reva.
help you?
She says, oh, nothing at the moment, dearie. It's just that with these Kraken cultists swarming into the city, well, they seem to be willing. They seem to be willing to resort to quite drastic means to destroy the competition. And so, whatever you're planning to do on that boat, if you're successful, I have a feeling that will have the knock-on effect of reducing their influence in this city, which should allow us to get back to business as usual. As usual for us in either case.
Oh, I've never been fond of cults to begin with anyway.
She smiles and claps her hands, and she says, well, I've given you the information. Now use your own initiative and hop to it.
I've actually wanted a minute.
Yes.
Scimitar Sally, you're know the ins and outs of the city. I'm just wondering, looking for a certain object, and I'm actually going to message this to you, Dale.
Yep.
I write it on a piece of paper and I slide it to looking for this.
As everyone else shuffles out of the office, you quickly scroll something down on a piece of paper and hand it to her. She takes the piece of paper.
Not sending over Facebook, I'll just send it to you by Discord.
Send it in Discord. She takes the piece of paper and she reads it, and she gives you a smile as she folds up the piece of parchment and places it into her breast pocket. And she says, well, we can find almost anything, Nargle dear.
There we go.
She says, and this, yes, this should indeed be something that we can find. She says, however, an item like that, well, it's not going to be cheap.
I've got plenty enough money to back this.
Says, well, you know the slogan of our guild, of course. At this, you hear Vector's voice echo from the warehouse outside. Payment up front! Says,
Good to see you too, Vector.
I'm going to have to ask you up front. 1,200 gold pieces, Nargle, my dear.
I open my little coin purse. Just hold on, let me.
Well, he's guessing on.
Not yet.
How much was it again? Sorry.
1,200.
Yep. Done and done.
Very well. You place the money on her desk, and she smiles, and then says, "You'll hear from us soon," and then waves as you exit the office. You're escorted back through the warehouse. As you are shown the exit, you hear Vector shout, "Catch you later, guys!" as he comes out between two of the warehouse aisles carrying a stack of 5 crates in one hand, almost showing off. You wave at Vector, and then you exit the warehouse, and the door slides shut behind you. Where would you like to go now?
I believe want to go.
Is Scimitar Sally still here, or did she just walk out? Sorry, I was.
We all walked out. We left.
Oh, we all walked out. Okay.
What did you want to do, Remy?
I would like to go. Is there any shops that would potentially sell magic items here?
There are, but that trade is sort of controlled by Scimitar Sally's guild, and at the moment, all of their operations are kind of scaled down.
Yep, fair enough.
They get a bit more influence in the city.
Okay, I was just gonna see if there was any magic whips laying around that I could buy.
Basically, they're trying to keep the good stuff off the streets for the moment until
maybe after we deal with the cult. Maybe after we deal with the cult, I can ask. That's okay.
That's when you can fence some stuff, sell some. You can have a look through the marketplace and just see what's being sold, and there might be something.
Well, may as well. You never know your luck.
All right, I would like you to please make a investigation check.
That is a 13.
Very well. Please roll a D100.
Oh shit. Okay. $68. Hey, you don't even have to write roll. Awesome.
Don't.
I did that completely by
Oh
accident.
wow. Well, that's something we learnt.
Let us see. Yeah, there's slim pickings in the market here today. However, you do manage to notice, with Scimitar Sally's guild no longer able to provide protection for the merchants, there aren't a lot of particularly valuable things in the marketplace. However, there is still something that catches your eye, which is...
Hey, Barnaby.
Hello, Barnaby.
Hi, Barnaby.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Someone running a late, just had an appointment in the morning.
Okay.
We done some things to you, Barnaby.
No, we didn't.
I was going to say, nothing I can undo with a click of my fingers.
Oh no, you were trying to shy away from Reva and going with Lee.
You find a spell scroll, or you find a vendor selling old clerical spell scrolls, and there are two of them that catch your eye. one for mass cure wounds, and the other for greater restoration.
How much would they be individually?
Individually, he is selling them for 500 gold each. However, with a wink, he advises you that if you were to buy both together, he will sell them for 900.
Oh,
Both
what?
of those are, I was gonna say both of those are really good spells, by the way.
Yeah. It never hurts to have a backup spell ready in case the healer does get hurt.
Yeah.
I might actually take both of those.
Sure, 900 gold, and you will purchase a scroll of mass cure wounds and greater restoration.
Okay, so scroll of mass cure wounds and scroll of greater restoration.
Yep,
That was actually more productive than I was expecting.
that's not bad.
Yeah.
There'll be more items on sale once Scimitar Scully's influence is restored. So now that you have done that, is there anything else you would like to do before you proceed to the Grand Dame?
I would not like to go to the bar, just not to have a drink, just like keep my ear out to see if anyone's actually saying it.
Good idea. Good idea. Anyone else? Anyone else have anything else they'd like to do?
Did we want to go and talk to the oh god, I do not remember her name off the top of my
The
head.
Water Baron.
Want to talk to her?
Hey Dale, should I make any checks with regard to what I discussed with you last time?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What do you want me to make?
I would like you to make an Arcana check first of all.
Can I get birdie advantage?
Yes.
What are we doing now?
Sorry,
There are
secret checks.
something I forgot to organize.
Something that
Are we
Bartleby
doing
was doing on the
Alright, let's try that once more with feeling.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I was going to say, what's with everyone doing
Alright.
secret today?
That's 29.
29.
Jeez.
Very well. And I would like you also, Bartleby, to spend 500 GP on components.
Done.
Okay. Bartleby, you have turned your staff into a staff of the Magi.
Oh, fuck. Really?
What's that do?
That's basically a legendary
anything.
stuff.
Oh, damn.
That thing is insane. How do you do that with just 500 gold?
Well, he's upgraded his Wand of the War mage into it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Jesus.
And,
okay.
And the DC on it was 20, so he just got lucky and managed to make the Arcana
Yeah,
check.
lucky is a word for it. Have you seen what that's... Oh, well, you know what that stuff does. Was anyone else
the
seen that?
DC was...
I don't know
I'm
what it
reading it
does.
now. I am fucking scared of Bartleby.
Yeah.
Well.
Although, yeah, this is what he was doing on the ride here. That's why he disappeared. He was tinkering
Fair
with
enough.
his staff and his wand and trying to add magical power to them.
This tournament
Okay.
just got a shitload scarier.
So you have decided, are you going to visit the Water Baron, or are you going to perhaps not risk word of your arrival getting out to...
Actually, yeah, that's probably that's true. If we did do that, we would be.
Because, Angus, with your wisdom, the idea does occur to you that even though Water Baron Ruthiol and Lord Dryland are political rivals, given the apparent prevalence of this new organization in the city, it is entirely possible that Lord Dryland may have spies in the Water Baron's palace.
Maybe
Yeah,
if
that-
we really want to fix the things, we go after we've dealt with the...
Yeah.
Very well. Well, you're going to head to the Broken Cutlass, the tavern that Reaver favors. in the sort of slummy part of town, described as upmarket for this quarter of the city. So really, what that means is that it has a door and windows and isn't just in the middle of the street, and that there are actual chairs you can sit on inside, and there's enough cleaning done that there isn't a constant dusty haze making your eyes water as you sit down to your drinks. But this seems like the type of place that would be frequented by the criminal element and a good place to gather information. Or, at least Reva has told you, it's been a good place to gather information in the past. And so you enter. Barely anyone gives you a second look, as this is the type of establishment where anyone would not seem out of place. You quickly order drinks, their most expensive ale, having the smell and consistency of gasoline as it is poured out into steaming mugs on your wooden table.
It's dwarven level shit, I'll take that.
Oh, better than piss.
Milo's not drinking. Milo is sick of exhaustion.
Milo will have one
That's
cup
right.
of milk.
Yes.
Just a milk.
And so will Bartleby.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to be intoxicated for the
Stuffing my face.
for the
Yeah.
You don't want to be shit faced for the
Bartleby will have a cranberry juice.
the waitress, a burly half-orc woman, comes over and she slams some steaming mugs of gasoline beer onto the table, and then she glowers at Milo as she places a glass of milk on the table. And then
I give her a
loudly
flourished bow.
and then loudly snorts as she places Bartleby's cranberry juice on the table.
Wow.
But you sit there and you enjoy a nice meal. And I would like Angus to make a Constitution save with advantage.
Oh, aren't I doing it as well? Because I'm having
Yep, you're doing it without advantage because you're not a dwarf.
That's an 18.
Same.
Yep. The beer that they've given you is very strong, and it's stronger in a different way than Dwarven Ale. Whereas Dwarven Ale has an extremely high alcohol content, you begin to suspect that this is not beer at all, but rather some sort of machine fuel with beer placed into it to water it down a little bit.
Oh my.
And you feel a little bit woozy and lightheaded as you drink it, but don't suffer any permanent effects. And your dwarven constitution and many years of drinking give you the stamina to not suffer any long-term effects from this drink.
Meanwhile, I'll just flex it all out.
I'm a practicing alcoholic.
So you are attempting to gather some information in this establishment. What kind of information are you looking to gather?
Maybe how we can get on the boat unnoticed.
Okay. And anything else? Just, you're looking for information about the boat, then. In
Nothing
general.
about or the guy that we're going after, Dryland.
Lord Dryland, yes.
Both are important.
Okay. I would like one of you to make a charisma persuade check.
Dan.
Oh.
Mhm.
Charisma.
You may do it with advantage if you change your cloak to make you appear more like a member of the criminal element that would frequent this tavern.
Alright, great. I'm going to turn my coke, not my coke, sorry, my cloak into the most rattery, tattery looking thing with patch holes in it, and probably a little bit of, a questionable liquid on the side.
So
Alright.
you turn it into trackies and a hoodie, and then you just wander
Yes.
around the tavern, just asking people, "Mate, you got a lighter?" And make your check with
15.
advantage to do another one. But I don't think you'll need another one. I think 15 is enough. I would also like someone to make a perception check.
Angus.
What am I doing? You said
Yeah.
perception?
Perception, yep.
I can do that. Not my best skill, but doesn't matter.
It's 24.
Oh, I thought perception. Good perception.
No, I have passive perception.
Oh, that's right.
I still have to roll for.
Oh, you
Not that
still
it matters
pass.
because I still have wisdom adding to it. So yeah, not a problem.
Oh, I could have done that
Finally,
as well.
And
Shit.
plus flying colors.
Finally, I would like someone to make an investigation check.
Isn't Bal be good at that? Reba?
Very, very.
Go
Very.
ahead then, Bartleby.
How dare you question it?
Yep. Control E.
Hey.
That would be 28.
You spend a couple hours in this establishment, lingering well into the mid-afternoon. Dan Cooper strikes up conversations with a couple of the patrons, doing his best to blend in, while the rest of you mull over your drinks, less strong fare this time, and try to see what you can overhear. Trying to see if there's anyone in particular who looks like they might know something, and trying to do your best to catch any information they might be able to let slip. And you obtain a couple of pieces of information. 3, indeed, because you passed 3 out of 3 checks. So the first piece of information you obtain is that Lord Dryland, the owner of the Grand Dame, has recently been bragging about being able to do magic, even though he previously had no magical aptitude. Indeed, it is said jokingly that his magical aptitude was so bad that when he one time applied at a local wizard college, he couldn't even cast the most simple cantrip. Yet he is now suddenly able not only to cast magic, but particularly powerful magic at that, with one patron describing that they saw him conjure a lightning bolt out of his bare hands.
Maybe it's time to get the rubble suit.
We haven't seen the rubber suit in
No,
so long.
I'm ready for this now.
The second piece of information is that in recent months, some additional staff have been hired on the Grand Dame, mainly as guards, and these guards differ from the usual guards in that, as well as being capable swordsmen, a couple of them have been witnessed using minor magical spells, such as being able to make themselves faster, being able to split into 3 illusionary forms of themselves, or being able to use terrible sounds to shatter people's ears. Indeed, these new guards have led to the atmosphere on the casino boat being far more subdued than it used to be, as everybody is afraid to anger them.
Right, so party time?
The third piece of information is that there are rumors that there are several levels under the casino and restaurant floors of the Grand Dame that are unavailable, are off limits to standard patrons, and you overhear a couple members of the criminal element discussing the rumor that these lower floors are filled with treasure, including all of the takings from the casino, and that they would love to be able to sneak down there and make off with some of it.
I'm just looking at more of some of the light-fingered members of the group going, oh god, this is going to turn into a casino heist.
Ocean's 11, baby!
It's Uncle Dan.
And with that, with a couple of helpful pieces of information under your belt, you pay for your drinks and exit out into the streets of Yatar once again, the sunlight burning your eyes after several hours in that dingy tavern. It is about 4:30 in the afternoon, and so you begin to make your way to the dock on the Desserin River, where the Grand Dame riverboat will arrive in approximately half an hour. And you already see a throng of revelers and patrons assembled, waiting for the boat to arrive. A mixture of well-dressed noblemen to rich merchants looking to burn some of their money. And in a separate group, a little bit further down the dock, several people dressed in drab workers' clothes, obviously the hired help, waiting to start their shifts when the casino boat arrives. Which group will you integrate into?
No, Solomon.
Sorry, what was that? I kind of just overheard dog barking.
So the ship is about to arrive. There are two groups assembled at the dock. The first one being a group of patrons, well-to-do nobles and rich merchants waiting to burn their money, and a second smaller group a bit further down the dock. All of them looking decidedly working class in their drab clothes, presumably the hired help, waiting for the ship to arrive so they may begin their shifts.
So do we want to sneak in as the help or as the patrons?
I could just try snipping the boat again and see how that works out.
Yep, that's the same. You can do the same thing you did last time, which is jump into the river and climb aboard the boat. So you have just learned that apparently security on the boat has been tightened a bit since last time you were here.
And they'll just follow the water.
Okay. All right. Had the
I'm
dropped off early.
the boat with the patrons.
Yep. You can. So we're deciding how you wish to get aboard the boat. Basically, you can integrate with the patrons. You can integrate with the help. Nargle has suggested doing what he did last time, which is just jumping in the river, swimming after the ship, and climbing aboard. So you did learn that security has been tightened a bit since last time you were here.
If that's the case, I might go with the patrons this time.
I was going to say, I already have a way to get you inside pretty easily.
Yep. Last time you had to basically bluff your way in or sneak in, but this time you're a bit more renowned, and you may just be able to get in by virtue of who you are.
Do you trust me?
I go with Angus and try to just get in with my name.
I was going to say, do you trust me, Nargle?
I guess for entertainment value, yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. That's bad.
No, it's not. It's going to get us in pretty easily.
I think Dan Cooper said he would like to pose as the help.
I have another idea.
Yep.
To set up a small distraction in the corner of the boatyard.
Why?
Everyone goes towards the source of the problem, or even less security, so we just block our way through.
I was going to say, we don't really need to do a distraction to get on the ship. I mean,
yeah, if they think there's something threatening, they will likely just continue sailing down the river.
Yeah. And if we
know.
try setting up a distraction before they get on the ship, they have an arseload of security that they will probably just go check it out while still defending the ship. That's not really going to do much there.
I think Dan's plan to pretend to be the hired help is a good one for him.
Yeah, that one
wearing
works.
the ratty cloak. Reaver, how do you intend to get aboard? You posed as an upper class gambling, an upper class noble lady last time, but you didn't have a ring of invisibility last time. Eva?
I'll just be.
Yeah, so you just be invisible. Yeah, I thought so. No, I didn't hear you, sorry. Okay. Well, most of you just integrate in with the patrons and listen to their chatter as you wait for the ship to arrive. Dan Cooper, you make sure your cloak still looks ratty and ragged, and then you make your way over to the hired help. They are a sorry-looking bunch, but with your cloak in this guise, you are able to fit in with them and not stand out. Some time passes, and about half an hour later, as the sky is tinged red from sunset, the gigantic, luxurious riverboat, the Grand Dane, makes its way down the Desserin River before stopping at the docks. The two entrances on the side of the boat, one for guests and one for help, are pushed open, turning into wooden ramps that lead down onto the pier from the top deck. And as the patrons are beckoned on board, a severe, hard-faced, thin, middle-aged woman with vaguely Eastern appearance walks down the ramp onto the pier and begins to check off each patron's name on a list before either letting them in or turning them away. Angus, Milo, Nargle, and Bartleby, you wait until it is your turn. The lady ushers you towards her. You step forward, looks at each of you in turn, and then she simply barks the word, names?
I am Sir Angus Hammerfall, and this here is my squire, Noggle Hammerfall.
She says, Sir Angus Hammerfall. She consults the list in front of her. She says, yes, recently knighted several months ago. Squire Nargle. Yes, well, you're not on the list, but a squire. A squire is adequate, I suppose. She checks both your names off. She says, you there, Mr. Halfling.
I am Milo Ortilif, member of the
To the gates of hell,
Fellowship of Steel, accompanying these two here.
Alright, hold on one sec. Chaotic Stupid 69420, thank you so very much for the follow and welcome to the Metal Crew.
She nods, consults the list, and says, I'm afraid your name is not on this list. She says, and you there, gnome, pointing at Bartleby. What's your name?
Bartleby de Villiers. Here are my university credentials. I'm a academic representative. I give her my sort of university paperwork.
I'd like you to make an Arcana check, please.
I mean, that's still 12.
Yeah, there's still 12. You hand her your university credentials, and then you immediately launch into a description of your latest thesis paper, a practical use of illusion magic when fighting giants, and describe how you conjuring illusionary dragons has provided you with some practical benefit in several tangles with giants, and you see her eyes glazed over. And she says, all right, yes, fine. She says, very well, Sir Hammerfall, this halfling and this gnome, they're part of your entourage?
Aye, that be the case.
She says, very well, all four of you may enter. She gestures for you to move past, and then you make your way up the ramp. As you move past the ramp, at the very top, you come face to face with a red-haired man dressed in golden silk robes, seated at a wooden table. He is exchanging cash for gambling tokens. As you pass him, he looks at you. He says, "In need of gambling tokens for tonight, my
Yes.
friend?"
I was gonna say, do you feel like gambling a squire of mine? Look, I promise at some point in the future we will deal with that, but I'm having fun with it for now. Oh god.
Nargle just growls at him and then reluctantly says yes, and the man grabs a box from underneath the table full of golden goose chips and slams it down, and he says, "And how much money will you be exchanging tonight, Sir Squire?"
Good. 100.
He counts out 100 GP worth of gambling chips and hands them to you. And then he takes a bow and gestures for you to enter the casino hall. And he says, "Good luck and enjoy yourselves, Sir Knight, Sir Squire, and entourage."
I would like to purchase 200 gold worth of
200,
chips.
yep.
Please.
200 worth of chips.
Yeah.
Very well. Angus and Bartleby, are you going to be gambling?
No.
I'm more of a patron of the bar than I am of the tables.
Yep.
But I'm sure my lad here can gamble on our behalf.
Meanwhile, outside, Dan Cooper, you have assembled with the workers, and as you wait, you feel a tap on your shoulder. You look over and see nobody, but you recognize it as Reva, having decided that sneaking in with the workers is her best chance not to bump into anybody. You wait a few moments until all of the patrons are let on board, and then finally, the door at the top of the ramp leading to the workers' entrance opens, and out steps a guard clad in chainmail with a severe look on his face. He looks at all of you with eagle eyes, and then one by one gestures for you to enter the ship. Finally, it is only you, Dan Cooper. He beckons for you to come forth. You do. You stand at the foot of the ramp, and he looks you up and down, and then he scratches the 5 o'clock shadow on his chin, and he says, "I don't recognize you."
I'm the hired help. Simple bag boy to the emissary above. So please, let me do my job.
He says, "Gonna need a reference. Who hired you?"
Sir Angus, of course.
Sir Angus. Well, I can't say I've heard of the man, but make a deception check with disadvantage, please.
So Hammerfall would probably have done better for you.
Alright, yeah, I should have just done that. Roll off the 100.
Yeah. Also, as a hired help.
Advantage, so you can do it again. You do get to do it a second time. But I don't think you're gonna get.
Disadvantage?
Yep, disadvantage. You get to do it a second time, but I don't think you're gonna get lower than 2.
Oh, shit.
Terrible.
He says, "Sir Angus, ain't no one on the ship's crew with that name." He steps forward and he places his hands on the hilt of his sword, and he says, "Now look here, you better start talking sense, boy, or I'm gonna call for security." He says,
Put my hands up.
He says, "Look, if you're working here, you'd better start being honest. Who hired you, and what exactly are you meant to be doing here?"
Bag boy, doing bag boy things. Come on, lowly paid worker. I don't worry about too much of this. Someone hits me, I get hit.
he strokes his beard and he says, "A bag, boy. You mean for the patrons?"
Boy.
He says, "You're going to take the luggage back and forth of the patrons and attend to them while they gamble, correct?"
And they're going to spit on me as well. Job satisfaction, I guess, for being a tiefling.
He says, I haven't been told we've been hiring bag boys, but of course it's always possible that they changed policy without me knowing.
Tail the Labour Board.
I would like you to please make another deception check with disadvantage.
I shit you not, Faye. Stay out of this.
He says as he rolls on Faye.
Okay. Yeah, 9. I won't get you to, because you're doing disadvantage, but that's cancelled out by the advantage of your cloak, so that's a 9 plus 5. Yeah, actually, you passed. You tell him that, look, you tell him you don't really know what's going on. You were just told to turn up here, that someone who works on the ship told you they were hiring bag boys to turn up and that you'd be let in. And then you throw in a line about, hey, look, you wouldn't want to get fired for not letting the new worker on board, right? And he thinks and he says, get on board.
You were way too nice to us, Dale.
You totally had every option to kill me right there.
He says, get on board, but he says, I ain't losing my job over letting some thief or ne'er-do-well on board, so I'm gonna make you pay out my retirement package.
Why did you open your mouth before you were home free?
We're home free, and you blow it again. Insert mouth.
How much would you like to offer him before he lets you on board?
I'll go.
1 GP and nothing more.
Offer him.
1 GP.
1 GP. You reach into your coin purse and you hold out 1 GP.
That's all I've got.
He looks at it and then asks you, are you sure that's all you got?
I don't want to give away myself just yet.
Maybe
the other
how much it would cost to keep them quiet.
Okay.
One person at a time, please.
Might help you here. 1 GP is a lot of money for someone that's that's
1 GP usually is a lot, but this guy's trying to extort you.
Yeah, what I'm saying to it might give him some if he wants to negotiate on that riff.
Would you like to stand firm on the 1 GP and, explain to him that, hey, that's like a year's payment?
That is exactly what I'm going to go for. Just here is all I have.
Make a persuade check. Your advantage cancels out your disadvantage.
There you go.
Finally, after 6 shitty attempts.
Takes the coin and then he looks at you and he smiles before saying, all right, you can come aboard after you take a nice trip. And then he wraps you on the chest, pushing you down the ramp. You take 2 points of damage, and the man laughs, guffawing as he enters the ship, leaving the door open for you.
Oh, he is straight up going to get murdered. Whenever any chance I get, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to slit his throat. I don't care. And I'm going to parade his dead corpse.
You know, Reaver, you could have just charmed him the whole. You could have just.
Nope.
Yeah, she didn't hear any of this. She was.
She also honestly,
she could have charmed him though, but
Dan right away.
No, he probably was just amused by seeing Dan Cooper doing very badly at lying his way on board. But Dan Cooper and Reaver, you have entered the ship through the workers' entrance, and as soon as you enter, Dan Cooper, you change your cloak back into its normal form, so that you are no longer mistaken as a worker, and make your way out onto the casino floor. I would like Reva and Dan to please both make stealth checks.
Also known as checks.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Tom, we discovered you don't have to type roll.
You just
Oh.
go
4 plus
so
12
and then the D whatever, and it
12?
apparently
plus 12.
16.
Okay. You both wait until the coast is clear, and then you sneak through the workers' area, through the kitchen, avoiding being spotted by any of the workers or by the foreman, who is looking particularly angry after that incident with Dan Cooper just now. And you make your way up onto the casino floor and rejoin the rest of the group. Okay, here comes the map of the ship,
Oh yeah.
just in case we need it. Okay. You have entered into a large cabin which has been transformed into a gambling hall, the centerpiece of which is a gold-plated wooden sculpture of a goose that rests on a table in the aft end. Glasses of fine wine, free for the taking, are arranged around it. An unflattering portrait of a fat, foppish grinning man, presumably Lord Drylund, hangs on the wall across from the ramp that led you up into this cabin. Most of the floor space up here is taken up with tables of card games. It is here that from dusk till dawn, attractive dealers sit behind the tables, distributing cards to the players, while small crowds look on. As you enter the hall, the severe-faced woman who checked you off calls something to someone on the deck of the ship, and the ramp is pulled up as the ship departs, starting to sail down the Desserin River. The woman takes one glance at the casino hall and then exits through one of the doors on the side. Here you are. Taking a quick look around, you can see at least 6 guards taking up position here in the hall. There are 2 doors on the casino hall, one on the right. Additionally, there are stairs leading up to the fore and aft decks of the ship, where there are yet more gambling tables and also more doors.
Are any of the tables dice gambling?
Yes, a number of them.
Cool.
I was gonna say, I might leave myself and head to the bar just to keep an eye on things. But before I do, I quickly pat Noggle on the shoulder. Go, well, I know 3 booze when I see it. So have fun at the tables, Squire Hammerfall. I'm sure you'll do fine.
I just whip Angus on the back with my tail lightly.
You do realize I'm just gonna shrug that off and keep laughing.
So Angus immediately makes his way to the bar and avails himself of the 3 glasses of wine, downing 2 of them within a span of 30 seconds.
I was going to say, because I know this is wine, I do look at it a little more closely before I start drinking.
Yes. You are assured that this is the finest of wine and not a hint of urine, and then quickly down 2 glasses and reach for a third as the foppish-looking casino attendant behind the bar gives you a dirty look as he is forced to refill 2 more glasses.
Hey, Dwarven Constitution, lad, it'll drain you dry.
What are the rest of you doing? I believe Milo wishes to head to a card game table.
No, a dice game, please.
Dice game, yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna join Milo.
I'd like to. I want to test what sort of magical detection protection this place has.
Yep.
Trying to do some sort of like small experiments and such to see what the because it's a casino, I presume it's got some protection against visits. So
Yes.
That would make sense.
You would have to do it in a place where the guards won't see you. And so first, Bartleby, I'd like you to make a stealth check, please. Sure. You don't need to do a stealth check. You're invisible.
all right, so that'll be a grand total of 12.
12? Yep. Okay, you
Sorry,
levitate
13.
off-
Sorry, 13.
You levitate off Narkle's shoulder and look around to try to find a section of this deck that is out of the view of the guards. And you see the card tables up on the aft deck to the right. There doesn't appear to be a guard up there, and the only people that would see you are the players and the dealers, who are, of course, consumed with the game. And so you and Reva head up there, and you lean against the back wall of the boat. Pretend you're just looking out at the river outside, and you begin to conduct some magical experiments. I would like you to do an Arcana check with advantage as Reva is helping you.
So that is 18.
18. You cast a couple of cantrips and try to probe what sort of magical protections this place has. And you determine that even though there is not an anti-magic field, that magic for the most part works fine, you do notice that whenever you conjure anything that is illusionary, it glows with a very bright red tinge, perhaps to point out that it is indeed illusionary. And also, attempting to manipulate any physical objects through magical means is considerably more difficult than usual, but not impossible.
Interesting.
A wizard of your caliber would be able to do it. A random spellcaster who's just dabbles in their spare time would find it almost impossible to cheat through magic means here.
Interesting. Okay. So I know at least roughly how my spells will be affected if magic does become necessary for whatever reason.
Meanwhile, Milo, you head over to a table where the dealer and some players are engaging in a game of Dragon's Teeth, a dice game popular in this part of the realms. There is one free spot on the table, and as you approach, the dealer smiles and gestures for you to join. You take a seat. The dealer says, "Bets on the table, please. How much do you bet?"
I ask what the buy-in is.
He says, "Buy-in is at least 5 gold."
I will start conservatively to start off with, and just put in the 5 gold then.
Very well. I would, first of all, ask you to make a perception check.
Oh, that's the one that I can actually do. Well, that I have proficiency in at least. And watch me fuck it up.
Maybe.
Oh no, that's a 19. I'm actually happy with that.
19?
Yep.
I would now ask you to make a gaming set check.
Okay, so it's been a while. That's a
So
D20 plus
D20
just
plus
proficiency.
plus your proficiency if you're proficient in it, yes.
So, and this is dice, so I would be proficient in dice.
Yes.
Oh, that's a 17.
17, okay, so 19 and 17. Right, I'm going to roll for the dealer. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh dear.
So that's
Oh, no.
19. And,
Bugger.
so you play a couple of rounds at the... you play a couple rounds of Dragon's Teeth, and the first couple of rounds go slowly. You manage to match the dealer on a couple of his rolls, and only manage to win a couple of times. But on the third and fourth rounds, your luck picks up considerably, and you soon find yourself up by 50 gold.
So, plus 50. Okay, cool.
Would you like to increase your bet?
I would like to increase my bet to 20 gold for the next bet.
20 gold, very well. Make a perception check, please.
Yep. That is 23.
23. Good. And now make a dice check, please.
Watch this one be shit. Oh no, actually that's a 20.
Hey.
Unnatural 20. Unnatural.
That's a lucky halfling.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Luck of the Irish.
You up your bet. You up your bet considerably and play a few more rounds. Easily cleaning up the table. You manage to establish a good sense of rhythm for what numbers the dice are going to roll, and your predictions pay off, and you find yourself up an additional 200 gold.
Hey.
Yeah.
Miller smiles as he hands over the gambling chips and says, "Good job, sir."
Thank you. The luck is with me tonight.
Nargle, what are you doing?
Attempting the dice game.
You're also going to attempt the dice game? Very well. How much would you like to bet at first?
Oh, we'll go 50.
50? Alright, so starting off fairly risky, but that's okay. So you sit down at the table opposite Milo's. Place 50 GP worth of gambling chips down. I would like you to first make a perception check.
I do like the idea of Noggle watching while the first couple of rounds going, "This is easy, I can beat this little bastard
And then
in this
place
game."
down a bigger bet.
Yeah, I'll show him.
Hey, I've doubled my money, so I'm
That
happy.
is 17.
17. Ooh, okay. Now make a gaming set check. You do. You've got soldier. You've got the
Oh,
soldier
yeah.
background. You have proficiency with gaming set.
Oh, you do?
You have to pick one though, cards or dice.
Yeah, cards or dice. Well, you're playing a dice game,
Huh.
so it's going to be dice.
Just take the dice.
Alright, so what
Yeah.
type of proficiency in that?
So that's
Just your
D20
proficiency
plus
bonus.
proficiency.
What was that, sorry?
It's a D20 plus proficiency.
Yeah, I don't know what the proficiency...
Your proficiency
4.
bonus.
Oh, bonus, okay, yep, okay, thank you. That is another 17.
The 17. Lovely, so 217.
Actually, no,
Alright,
sorry, that was an
roll
18. I was
18,
looking
so
at
17
inspiration,
and
not
19.
proficiency.
I'm going to roll for the dealer.
Oh.
And this must indeed be easy, because the first couple of rounds you play, you win quite consistently, and you're soon up 200 gold.
Hey!
Damn.
Would you like to up your bet?
Hold on one sec. Yeah, we'll put it at 110.
110, alright.
Wow.
I would like you to make another perception check, please.
What are the perception checks
Ooh,
for?
ooh, that's a...
Perception
My
checks
percep-
that are like...
That is...
Perception checks that to notice patterns.
Ah,
That's 24.
24, good. And now your gaming set check, please.
That is a... 18.
18. Good, okay, it's 24 and 18.
Cool.
And luck is with you tonight as you play another 4 rounds, and having noticed the pattern of how the dice fall, you win handily. You are now up 440 gold.
Oh! And I know when to walk away, so I'm going to join Angus at the bar.
As you get up and leave the table, the dealer smiles and he says, "Well, Timura favors somebody tonight."
Ah, yes. Off to drinking.
You make your way to the bar and avail yourself of the free glasses of wine.
that poor bastard of the bar's just looking at me going, "This can't get any worse." Then sees Nuggle walking over going, "Oh, son of a bitch."
casino boat slowly wends its way down the river, and while the rest of you are gambling and drinking, would Reva like to conduct some investigations while she's invisible and try to learn the lay of this ship? Sure. I would like Reva to first make a stealth check with advantage. Good, good. You
Brother,
managed
I'm
to
gonna-
sneak around without bumping into any patrons or guards. Now make an investigate check, please. Bad, not bad. Okay, so you walk around, sneak through a couple of the doors, and see what you can make out about this area. And you actually determine the layout of the ship fairly well. Just going to grab an outline that's here. Okay, so first of all, in red, you determine that this door on the left leads down to the lower levels, including the restaurant. You determine that these two doors, that these three doors, the two on the upper level and the one on the right on the lower level, lead to high rollers and VIP suites. And finally, based on the guard in front of it and the writing on the door, you determine that this door on the upper level leads to Lord Dryland's personal cabin.
Yeah.
Bye.
What was that?
Oh, that leads to Lord Dry.
Yellow leads to Lord Dryland's personal cabin. Green leads to the VIP suites / high roller rooms. And pink leads down to the restaurant and lower levels below deck.
What would be needed to get into the high rollers?
Well, they appear to be reserved, according to Reva, for patrons who have either been personally invited or are specifically on the list,
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to get in. Okay.
unless you keep winning more and more.
Oh, okay. Okay.
However, Reva, you do not notice anybody wearing any amulet similar to the one that you took from the lady last time you were here. And you do not see anyone with any obvious connections to the Kraken Society.
Pardon me.
Reva informs the rest of you of this, and you all gather in the bar so that you may decide on where you'd like to go and how you'd like to go about this.
Can Milo keep gambling and just stay in touch with Reva via her telepathy?
Yeah, sure. Milo may continue gambling, while the rest of you have assembled in the bar. Okay. So, Milo, you're going to continue gambling.
Yep.
While the rest of you are going over the intel that Reva and Bartleby have provided.
I was gonna say, would I have noticed anything with like passive perception on any of the staff while I've been at the bar?
You notice that indeed that some of the guards appear to be different than the others. Not particularly in what they're wearing, but the looks on their faces look a bit more cruel. The twinkle in their eyes a little bit harsher. and you detect magical energy emanating from a couple of them. However, again, just like with Reaver, no obvious connections to the Kraken cult.
Fair.
If you hear any, yes.
Oh my, what the hell's that?
Different floor.
I'm gonna guess what Dale told us about before.
Oh,
my
what the
God.
hell was that?
Before I sneeze again, sorry guys.
That was terrifying.
Oh, I think I know who to shout.
So, what would you like to do? You do know that the ship will wend its way through Yatar down the river all night, docking again at 8 p.m. at midnight, and finally for the final time at 5 a.m., where all patrons will be ejected.
I personally would like to gamble for a little bit more, but gamers can do what they're doing first. Because it would look a bit suspicious if everyone who came on only stopped gambling very quickly.
Yes, it would. Well, while they decide what to do, I would like Milo to please make a perception check and a gaming set check again.
I
Tell me-
bet 50.
50, yep.
Okay, unfortunately, perception is only a 9. And my gambling is a 16.
Alright, let's see how the dealer goes. Okay, and then the second one. The house is doing very bad tonight. You continue gambling for a short while longer, and again you are up 200 gold. While you gamble, the rest of the group are seated around a table in the bar, trying to decide what is the best way to go about this. You have several options. You could try to find a way into Drylung's cabin, as he seems to be the most obvious person to question, or you may try to sneak down into the depths of the ship, and if they're hiding anything in connection to the cult, there's a chance it would be down in the bowels of the ship.
Is there any bathrooms?
Yes.
I would like to... Oh, you go on.
The bathrooms are present down in the restaurant level, so below deck.
Reaver. I just want to ask, do I still have those poisons made from the mind flayer not testicles, mind flayer tentacles?
Yeah, you've still got them.
Oh, beautiful. If you want to, guys, use them to go poison some drinks, cause a kerfuffle, lead everyone away.
Would that move the guards, though? Would they... I mean, there are probably more...
It would if we use their charisma saying,
So
hey...
look at it this way, if you poison someone's drink, that would likely get the casino shut down for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Alright,
Please don't. I'm making good money.
Here's
I was
what
gonna say,
in
we
the
want subtle,
confusion-
not...
In the confusion of them closing down the casino, you could of course sneak into the ship.
Here's what I'm thinking. I go into the bathroom, odd chap into fighting, scuttle into the decks.
I was gonna say, Reaver could technically just walk through. That's not really an issue for her. I am not stealthy. I'm not sure how exactly I am getting down there.
Well, I guess 2 would be better than 1. Thanks.
Let's plumb all the toilets together. I mean, plug them all up. Cause malicious compliance.
Frank, that
Harmless
gets-
diversion.
Be right back.
Alright?
Flood the toilet. Let's flood the toilets.
Nargle and Reaver would like to make their way downstairs then. Okay.
Ooh.
And technically, Barlby can go invisible as well, but
Can.
not sure the rest of us are getting
Burn depends if he wants to burn an invisibility spell on this.
Or use his staff that has fuck ton of slots.
Yeah, but most
Yeah,
of
but
the
it has-
the stealth option. Those are more for
And he
like...
hasn't attuned to it yet either.
Oh,
That's also-
Okay, well, I'll
that's
attune.
soft, 'cause that would've
I'll
been
throw myself
really
attuning to
good.
that. 2 hours, yeah?
Yeah. You haven't had a chance to attune yet, so...
That
Oh.
would be really goddamn useful.
I'll spend some time attuning to it then.
Alright. Alright, you're gonna... So basically, you're staying upstairs at the bar, trying to attune to your thing. Right, so meanwhile, Nargle and Reaver
Oh, so we'll go
the...
with this plan, okay.
Well, we don't have anything else better to work with at the moment.
Okay.
Enter the room to the right, past several more gambling tables, and then make your way downstairs to the restaurant level. Restaurant level. This part of the ship is full of tables and chairs with narrow, winding avenues between them. White gossamer curtains, lush purple tablecloths, precious-looking silverware, and gaudy crystal chandeliers testify to Lord Dryland's obscenely lavish taste in decoration. At the back of the room, there is a storage area, which has been repurposed into a bathroom, and a spiral staircase that leads down into the lower levels of the ship. However, a large sign is on the wall in front of it reading "Authorized Staff Only." So that would be on the right here. So Nargle, you make your way through the restaurant, making sure not to get anyone's attention, and you enter the bathroom. Then wild shape into a spider.
I want to.
Into the bathroom. Right, yep, well, you're invisible, so you can go in there. So you both enter the bathroom. Sure.
Okay.
You both enter the bathroom. Reaver, I would like you to make a stealth check with advantage, please, to make sure you don't bump into anybody, such as the people eating or the roving waiters in this crowded area. Lovely. Follow Nargle, making sure you don't run into anyone or don't knock anything over that would signal that you were present. And then you both enter the bathroom. You follow behind Nargle as he opens the door. As soon as Nargle enters, he transforms into a tiny spider, and you cast Spider Climb on yourself. You grip the wall of the bathroom and climb up it, and then wedge yourself through a gap at the top, dropping back out onto the other side. So what would you like to do? Try to make your way down the stairs to the next level?
I think best case. Yep.
Very well. Okay, Nargle, you need to make a stealth check first, please.
What's the stealth modifier of the spot?
+2.
At 17.
17. You scurry along the floor, making sure nobody steps on you, and then run under the crack of the door, through the staff-only entrance, and begin to head down the staircase. Reaver, you don't even need to open the door. You can just latch onto the wall, climb up, and once again swing through the gap at the top, but you will need to make a stealth check with advantage. Lovely. As Nargle goes under the door, you grip onto it and climb over the top. You both at the head of the staircase, satisfied with your luck so far, and then you make your way down to the next level. This level appears to be the staff quarters and the brig. As soon as you make your way out of the staircase room, you find a lone guard keeping watch over keeping watch, staring towards the briefcase. To his back, a collection of what appear to be large human-sized cages, although you can't see anyone being held within them. This level is mainly comprised of twisting narrow hallways that allow access to various rooms. It would be risky to try to search this area, but you are in the best position to do so. What would you like to do?
Hear me out on this kitty. Cats. Suddenly killed the guy there and hide his body.
Would you like to do that, Reaver?
How can I?
You know what I mean? Shut up.
Silently dispatching him is possible.
He doesn't want to go with that, and I'm not wasting my type things.
You just sneak around him.
Yeah, no, that is an option, but I was just thinking of
In case the others want to come down here at some point.
It's harder to hide a body and be dead.
There's ways, but you just haven't discussed whether you wish to do that yet.
Have magic.
Yes, you can tie him up. Just make sure he can't call for help. Yes. You could cast sleep. Okay. There are plenty of places. You may hide him in one of the cages. You could stow him in the brig where all the food and drink is stored, though it is very possible that one of the workers will come from upstairs in the restaurant and go in there.
Under the stairs?
Under the stairs is a possibility, yes. You get the feeling probably under the stairs would be the best bet. Alright, go ahead and cast Sleep. We'll make a thump M1, but with luck no one will hear him. Right, so are you going to cast it at... are you casting it at first, second, or third level? You casting it at first or second? Okay, so that's 7d8, please. $31. Okay. Walk up to him, and you begin to whisper the incantation for the sleep spell, and then you open your hand, sending it towards him. 32. However, he has 70 HP. And so, all your spell manages to do is make him yawn loudly. And then he looks around, clearly aware that something has happened to him, but not sure what, and he makes an insight check. Yeah, you immediately scurry to a nearby wall and climb up onto the roof, and then the guard begins to walk deeper into the hallways. Is anyone going to follow him?
Oh, I will.
Alright, Nargle, you need to make a stealth check, please.
You said it was 2?
Yep.
That's 13 then.
Okay, so Nargle, you are following him through the twisting, narrow hallways on this level of the ship, passing several crew quarters and storage rooms, until he steps out in front of a large wooden vault door that leads down to the hold. Here, there are 2 severe-faced, burly-looking guards keeping watch. They hail him as he approaches. He says, I think we've got an intruder. They look at him and they say, Intruder? Down here? How can you be sure? There's been no alert raised. And then he scratches his head and he says, I felt this wave of tiredness wash over me and I had to think for a moment, but I could swear someone was trying to cast a spell. The other two guards listen to what he has to say, and then they nod. And then one of the guards proceeds into the nearby room. Do you follow him in?
Yes.
Make another stealth check.
Another 13.
You scurry under the door, and you watch as he enters. He moves over to a desk. This appears to be some sort of break room for the guards. And on the desk, there is a large stone tablet with a picture of a kraken carved into it. The guard places the palm of his hand on the kraken tablet, and it begins to glow. A strange otherworld glow. Meanwhile, the rest of you, I would like Angus to make a perception check. I would like Angus and Milo to make perception checks, please.
Can I be too
Okay.
engrossed in gambling?
So you do it with a disadvantage.
I got what was perception plus wisdom. 24.
You notice
an 8.
several of the guards immediately clasp their hands to small stone runes on their belts, which begin to glow blue for some reason.
I got an 8, so I'm guessing that
You're gambling.
It's a damn thing.
You're gambling.
I'm shaking my dice, going, come on.
Oh,
needs-
Papa
who
needs a
is-
new pair of baby boots.
Papa needs a brand new
guard
pair
who
of
is
whips.
The guard who is currently stood in front of Lord Dryland's cabin leaves his post, moves down into the main casino floor, and begins to talk to the other elite guard. He leans in and they begin to whisper something amongst themselves. And then the other guard looks up and he points to several patrons. You get the impression that the guards are alerted by something. Yes, you can. Would you like to let them know what's happening?
One up there.
It seems you aren't being as quiet as we'd hoped. A little bit of activity going on up here, although that being said, Lord Dryden's room's now currently unoccupied. Well, unguarded anyway.
Tell Noggle
Alright?
I want to go. Or
Alright.
I'm going to tell him.
Nargle, would you like to go upstairs as well?
First, what else is like besides the symbol for Kraken?
You would have to do. There appears to be a bunch of things, like a small crate with swords and a couple spare suits of armor, but you don't have enough time to do a thorough check.
I'll come up.
Alright? I would like Nargle to do a stealth check, and I'd like Reaver to do one with advantage, please.
Oh shit. That's a 7.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stupid bug, you go squish now.
We'll see what happens with Reaver. What's Reaver's stealth?
Of course, it slows down.
Of
Oh,
course.
no space.
Alright.
Shit is happening.
There we go.
In plus.
Yep, Reaver, you've managed to make your way back upstairs without being noticed. However, Nargle, you're about halfway upstairs and you're making your way through the crowded restaurant when you see a guard coming in your direction, so you swerve to the left. However, this puts you right in the path of a waitress, and you look up, your spider eyes widening in fear, and her boot begins to clamp down towards you. Make a dex save, please.
Oh no! Come on, my little spooter. What's the? Am I rolling my dex save or a spider's dex save?
You're rolling the spider's dex save.
What was that? Sorry.
You're rolling the spider's dex save.
Crap, I really need. What's this, spooter? 2.
Yeah, it'll be +2 on the dex. So,
Oh, +2. Okay, so that's 14.
14. Okay. This could be bad.
Oh shit.
You attempt to get out of the way, but the woman's boot clamps down, squishing you. You take, in your spider shape, 1 point of damage, which is just enough to knock you out of the spider form.
Oh no.
The waitress gasps and drops her plates that she's carrying as a fully grown dragonborn materializes, lying on the ground in front of her.
I grant you 3 wishes.
Hi.
I've been trapped in that form for years.
Sorry, it was cold on the floor.
Actually, actually, can I try to do that? Because I actually have some pretty good charisma.
Yes. You notice several of the guards are starting to look in your direction, so you'd better try to talk your way out of it. Make a deception check, please.
Fast talk,
Deception,
man.
charisma, fuck you. Fuck.
That's more along the lines of,
I love it when that happens.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, that's a 11.
Oh dear. How?
The guards, you attempt to explain the situation to her, and she simply backs away and says nothing until 2 guards walk over and they glare at you, crossing their arms. One of the guards says, "All right, what's going on here?"
Magic act?
Yeah, this is about to go
Make a
south.
deception check with disadvantage, please.
That'll be right
It's
back.
going to
Let me
be
know how.
harder to fool than the waitress, and you weren't able to fool her anyway.
I'll be right back.
That's a
and
1.
let me know. Damn, work. Everything's going to shit. Have fun, kids.
That's a 1. The guards glare at you, and you see one of them look over the restaurant towards his supervisor.
During this, I wanted to pathically ask Nargle what's
About that.
I guess that's how this goes.
Draw your weapons?
Alright,
I was thinking-
guys, Nargle's in trouble.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Noggle at this point would be more along the lines of, you know what, fuck this.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do after Dell says what happens
They
next.
look over at their supervisor, and he looks down at his belt, seeing the glowing blue rune, and then he points at you and says, "He's an intruder. Take him in."
You know what?
Unison.
Fuck this. And
In unison, the guards draw their weapons.
yeah, I'm just going. Fuck this, and because I'm still prone, I guess. Fight for my get up, but I sort of leg sweeping while getting up.
We'll do that in a sec. Okay. Meanwhile, I'd like everyone to roll for initiative.
Can I try to
I'm
keep
still
people-
upstairs, aren't I?
Sorry, Bartleby.
Am I still upstairs?
Yes, everyone except the guards kind of know that something is afoot now, so they're going to So I'm gonna do this with initiative rounds.
Okay, cool.
Well, I rolled
So-
a 10.
10.
That's
Okay.
17.
Coming.
Because strictly speaking, I don't actually even know what's going on yet.
No,
Secret
Reva's
name?
been
Reaver's been
updating us.
telepathically telling me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
so we do
understand now.
know. It's just like you went Nagel's in trouble. We had enough time to probably say, when you say Nagel's in trouble, what do you? And then that's probably where the fight starts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. 23 for Milo. Okay. What did Reaver, Bartleby, and Dan get?
Bartleby got 4, Reaver got 14.
Yep. Okay.
Because M1's not here.
Oh, he's not here. Okay.
Where did he go?
20. Nice.
Wait, where did M1 go?
We'll be back. And that's an 11. Okay, that's an 11 for Dan. Okay. Good spread. Okay, so first of all, we have Milo. Currently, you are gambling, and as such appear to have avoided arousing suspicion. However, you know that Nagel is apparently in trouble, and you also see a group of guards heading up to the bar, presumably to question everyone there. What would you like to do?
Keep gambling.
Are the guards stopping people from gambling?
Are you
No.
serious?
I would like to gamble.
Best session ever.
He's just going down. He's
Yeah,
gonna
but
roll
if I can avoid suspicion, all the guards may end up going to a fight.
Hey guys,
That's great.
I'm just gonna go inside and feed the cats, right?
Yep.
So I'll be back.
Okay, so you're going to continue to gamble, at least until you are stopped. You take a look at the guards, you take a look at the door leading to the restaurant, briefly consider making your way down there to help Nagel, briefly consider making your way up to the bar, and then you reach for the dice and begin priming them for the next round.
Absolute bastard.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure I know exactly who they're coming to the bar to talk to.
Exactly, and I'm not getting involved.
Thanks.
Up,
You can
downstairs,
look after yourself.
we have Nagel's turn.
Hey.
You're still prone. Would you like to use your action to get up and attempt to leg sweep one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So you use your first action to climb to your feet. As you do so, you're going to make an unarmed attack roll. So roll to hit, please.
Kia.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a crit.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
I break someone's leg while sweeping?
Yeah.
All right. So you're
Okay.
going to double your unarmed damage here. So how much is that?
What? You had it 10 plus bludgeoning. Well, 10 bludgeoning, and 1 extra d6 unarmed.
Yep. Okay. So you get 20, and now roll the d6 and double it.
28.
28. Good hit. Now I'm going to make him roll to avoid falling prone.
Dale, did me continuing gambling actually like use an action or something, or would I be able to do something inconspicuously?
What would you like to do?
I was wondering, could
Oh
I?
Oh
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, he
shit.
yeah.
The guard
Just look at the
falls-
gif
the guard
above.
falls
He's
prone,
out. Night,
tripped
night.
by your leg sweep.
He's just knocked out.
I was wondering,
Yep.
would I be able to conjure animals and get them to appear next to Nagel without actually looking like I'm conjuring anything? Because it's just a verbal and somatic.
Yes, you may be able to do that. Would you like to do that?
I would like
What?
to try to, yes.
What animals will you be conjuring?
2 wolf spiders, 2 panthers, and 2 giant wasps.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god. Wow.
Because
I
I
have a-
can
what was that?
summon 8 quarter combat rating, 4 half combat rating, 2 1s, or 1 2, and wolf spiders and panthers are both quarters, so that's 4, and then giant wasps are halves, so that would be 2
Very
of
well.
the halves.
Alright, so here they
And-
come and add them to...
You summon animals, I break someone's leg.
Yes,
Yep.
I summon them to, and with the mental command of helping Nagel.
So you begin to, as you prime the dice, you begin to recite the incantation, pretending that it's just like some lucky craze to get the dice to roll as high as possible. And meanwhile, downstairs, as the guard hits the ground, a group of spiders, panthers, and giant wasps materialize out of thin air next to you.
Also, sorry for the extra work.
Alright, I'm back on the.
I probably should have warned you that this is what I was going to be trying to do this session.
It's a cool trick though.
Back to feeding cats.
Yep, go feed the cats.
This will be
I'm
my
back on
default summon. So
I'm gonna
for the
save
future,
in that case.
yeah. So for future sessions.
As the animals appear, the patrons and waitstaff scream and begin scattering in different directions as the giant wasps begin to zoom across the room. Okay, Nagel, you have climbed back to your feet. You now have your bonus. You now have your extra attack. You cannot rage.
Yep,
And
yep.
you used that action to get up. So who would you like to attack? The prone guy?
Yeah, actually. Wait, well, let's try to make 2 people prone. Try to make 2 people prone.
You're gonna try and grapple the other guy.
Oh, I was just going with the Giant Slayer axe.
Well, they're not giants.
Oh yeah,
so
that's
they're
right.
not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be
yeah,
prone.
yeah. Let's just grapple him.
All right, go ahead. Make your hit roll.
That is what? Oh yeah. 18.
18. You reach out your hands to grapple the guard. However, he pushes you off him and smiles.
Motherfucker!
Okay. That's Nagel's turn done. It's now the AI combatant's turn. Okay, the first guard uses his action to climb back on his feet. Meanwhile, the second guard makes 3 melee attacks with his longsword.
Oh,
First 2 on you. Okay. First 2 on you. And you easily deflect them both times. He curses and then makes the final attack against you as well. And this time he hits.
motherfucker.
You take 8 plus 4. Oh, not much at all. You take 11 points of slashing damage. Meanwhile, the third guard runs across the bar towards you, but he cannot get far enough to attack. The Hexblade, who is the last remaining combatant, steps forward and he casts a Hexblade's curse upon you.
That's bad.
Yes,
That's
it
really
is
bad.
bad.
But it comes with your free choice of topping.
Yeah,
And-
3 choices from death or death.
Yep. And then he reaches for the javelin on his back and he hurls it towards you with advantage because of the Hexblade's curse. Hit, okay. Alright, here we go. And he hits you with the javelin, and
Oof.
you take C D6 plus 5. Okay. Roll 1d6 plus. You take 8 points of piercing damage from the javelin. Meanwhile, the giant spiders rush towards the guard who was just recently prone, and as he is flanked by you and the pandas, they get advantage on their attacks. And they only manage to hit him 1 time. Like 6 points of damage, and he is not poisoned. Meanwhile, the Panthers also have him flanked. So those Panthers go in, and they make attacks with advantage. And one of them manages to hit him, dealing a bite attack for 5 points of damage. Finally, this leaves the giant wasps. The wasps buzz and they zoom towards the third guard. Across the central bar, several waitstaff scream as they fly overhead. And they both make a sting attack. However, he dodges out of the way as their pincers slice through the air. Okay, upstairs it is Reva's turn. I'm going to switch to upstairs. Okay, Reva, let's... Reva, you are currently in the party marker's position. Would you like to preemptively attack the guards that are coming towards you, or would you like to wait for them to approach? All right. Yep, okay. Make an acrobatics check to jump from here to the ceiling. Okay. Climb up onto the table and leap up, grabbing hold of the canopy that overhangs the deck and just crouching there like a spider. Meanwhile, the guards, 2 guards and 2 hex blades enter the bar, each of them with their weapons drawn. One of the hex blades points at your group seated at the table, and he says, we've been given orders to question any non-regulars.
Oh,
State your business here on the ship tonight.
well, just a wine and a dine, maybe a little bit of gambling later in the night, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage, please, Angus. Yeah, sure.
She said.
Yes.
15.
15. Very well. Your explanation, although they won't buy it for long, at least puts them off guard for a moment. And so,
I mean, I haven't done anything wrong, so.
If you wish to attack them now, you will catch them surprised and get advantage against them.
Oh, tempting. So are we doing this? Are we just doing full on fighting the guards?
Go back.
Yeah, most of them are cultist members.
It's up to you guys. I'm still gambling.
You won't be in a minute.
Yes, well, if I'm forced to stop gambling, then I'll be pissed.
I was going to say, can I attempt to try and hit one of the guys?
Kitty, something.
Oh, sorry.
Ask your
Well, you used your action to get up on the ceiling, but next round you can do so.
Yeah, right. If these guys are definitely the cultists, yeah.
You believe so. Some of them just appear to be normal guards, however.
I was going to say, can I do insight to check to see if the
Oh yeah, make an insight check.
That's 22.
Okay, the Hex Blades are almost certainly members of the cult, and you suspect that the Kraken is their patron. On the other hand, the other guards appear to be rank and file sellswords.
God damn it. Want to stop cultists, don't want to knock out the evil people. Well, I mean, don't want to knock out the guys just doing their jobs. God damn it. See, this would be a lot easier if I wasn't playing a good person.
You sense the evil intent in the Hexblade's eyes, and
Yeah.
as they've marked you as non-regulars, you sense it's only a matter of time before they attack.
Yeah, alright, fuck it. If these guys are going to attack anyway, fuck it, let's go, Hammer.
Alright, Angus, so who are you going to hit? One of the Hexblades?
That is the plan, yes.
Alright. Go ahead, roll to hit.
19?
19. Let me see if that hits a Hexblade. Hexblade. And it does.
Outstanding.
Roll your damage.
I was going to say, how far away are these guys?
These Hexblades are, let me see, 5, 10, 15 feet away from you.
Yeah, that sounds like Hammer throwing distance to me.
Yep, go ahead.
Ooh. I mean, 3d8s, but that's a solid 16, 25 points of damage.
5 points
then I'll
of
just
damage.
very quickly bring up my shield and go, look, I just want to have a good time, but you're clearly not my cup of tea, so apologies in advance.
Yep. So you make a you use a bonus action to activate your shield.
Yep.
All right. Very well. Okay. It is Dan Cooper's turn, and let me just bring up Dan Cooper's sheet because M1 ain't here. Where is Flupius? All right. So what is Flupius going to do with his turn? I believe Flupius is going to cast Shatter on the area with the guards and the Hexblade, trying his best not to get you into it. Shatter. Alright, here we go. Let me see, can he? Yes, he can, although he might hit Reaver, unfortunately. Each feature in a 10-foot radius. Yep, okay, so he's gonna hit... he's gonna cast it in the middle here, and he's gonna hit four guards and Reaver. Okay, so Reaver, I need you to do a dex save, please. I don't think you do. I think just your uncanny dodge will your uncanny dodge will mean if you pass. Oh yeah, evasion, yes. Ooh, okay, so that's everyone fails except for a Hexblade. And on. Let's see if that beats his 6 plus 9. 4. Unfortunately, that's a fail. Okay, so that is Yep, he's going to cast it at 3rd level. So that's 4d8s that are coming your way. Roll 4d8. Okay, so everyone except for one Hexblade takes 19 points of damage as a Hexblade takes 8. Yep, you also take 8 because of your dodge. Okay, it is now Bartleby's turn. So we'll just wait for Bartleby. I wonder...
While we're waiting for Bartleby, I'm just going to go feed my pup.
Yep, let's hope Bartleby doesn't try to
Wait a
cast
second.
any...
Burn down the ship.
Hello, alright, sorry. Back, I was just muted myself all the time. So
yep.
am I still just chilling at the moment?
Yep, you're in the same space as the party marker. You were all chilling in the bar, but the party decided to preemptively attack the guards as they were coming to question you.
Okay, how much does it look like I'm with them?
Yes.
It looks like I'm with them. Okay, well, in for a penny, in for a pound then.
Yep.
Alright, have I successfully attuned to my stick?
Not yet. You only got about halfway there, unfortunately.
That's fine. We'll do this the old-fashioned way.
So you have 2 guards, 2 hex blades, and 2 guards on the far end of the casino hall.
How tall is the space I'm in?
About 10 feet. There's a canopy overhanging the deck, but it's not very tall.
Ah, fuck it. T-Rex mode.
Alright. I was going to point out, just in case you had any ideas, that the boat's made of wood.
Yeah. Look,
Here comes.
I'm not going to lie. Destroy the boat is in the back of my mind as an option.
Oh.
We do have another ship that we're going to scuttle next week, but T-Rex Bartleby it is. Ah! Okay, who are you going to attack? Oh, wait, yeah, that was your
Yeah, that was
turn
my
to turn
action.
into the T-Rex. Okay. So we're going to back... Yep.
Though I'll
do
do...
anything as a
I
bonus
will...
action?
I will use my movement so that I'm within 10 feet of all the combatants. So if any of them move away from me, I get an attack of opportunity.
Right, so you're going to stand right in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Copy. Paste. Right in the middle there. Okay. Meanwhile, this T-Rex goes. Okay. We head back downstairs to see Nargle's portion. Nargle, it is your turn again.
Okay, before I do anything, I want to snarl at the sellsword. I'm not here for you.
Alright. Make an intimidate check with advantage, please.
Oh, thank God that was advantage. First one was 2. Second one was a nat 20.
Ooh, okay. The sellswords look at you, as if considering what to do, and they slowly begin to back away. The Hex Blade shouts, "We're paying you to do your jobs! Take him down!" And then they brandish their swords once again. However, the one at the far end of the room who's fighting the wasps takes this chance to back away out of combat.
Really good choice.
Very well. If you don't value your life, I pull out the Orc Slayer axe and was like, bring it on.
Cool.
Right, which
Giant
one are
Slayer
you
axe.
Slayer.
Also, but
Slayer
first,
axe.
rage.
Sure you're not going to go for Hazaron?
Yeah, but with the Orc Slayer axe, I have the added. With the axe, I have the added bonuses, and I can still have a chance to pass on Sight Rot.
Ah, yes, that is true. Okay, so which guard would you like to attack? The one who's flanked by the Panthers and the Spiders, or the other one?
First rage as well.
Oh, yeah. Roar! Okay, so you got one action left.
One at 2 attacks, because extra attack. First I'll get the one that's
Flanked.
Yeah, flanked.
Alright, so you roll with advantage to hit him.
29.
29, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
Okay. 2d8s. Whoop. Eight. $36.
36. Okay, good hit. You slam your axe into him, nearly knocking him off his feet. Go in for another attack.
Doesn't he have to roll for Sight Rot first?
Oh yeah, he does, yes. I will do that. Roll 20. He does not succumb to Sight Rot this turn.
Oh, fuck it.
And go in for another attack.
20. A non-nat 20.
Alright, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
Okay. Right. $25.
25. Okay. Another good hit. You see a chink in his armor made by the blade of your axe, and he must roll a con save.
Hey.
And he succumbs to sight rot, giving him a penalty on his next attack. Okay, it's the enemy's turn. He uses his first attack. He uses his first attack to swing at you with his longsword. And he hits. You take 3 points of piercing damage. Then with his remaining 2 attacks, he swings at the wolf spiders. And he misses them as they leap out of the way. The other guard raises his sword and he makes 3 strikes at you. And he hits you once. You take 4 points of piercing damage, of slashing damage.
Very well dare you.
The third guard is unsure of what he's going to do. Then the Hexblade raises his hands and fires an eldritch blast at you. A beam of crackling energy exits his hand and streaks towards you. Okay, let's see. How many beams does he get? 3. Okay, so there's 3 attacks.
Shit.
And he only hits you with 1 of the beams.
Oh, thank Christ.
But just the same, you take 3 points of force damage.
I'm fine with that.
Yep. Okay. It's the spider's turn. They leap at the guard. However, they are unable to hit him. The pounces at him. First panther misses. The second one growls and snarls as it leaps across a table at him. And it nat 20s.
Oh, damn.
It leaps over a table, pins him to the ground,
Oh,
and bites into his neck, killing him in a spray of blood.
Damn, nature, you scary.
The giant wasps buzz towards the Hexblade. And they both go in, gnashing their stingers. And let me see. Giant wasp gets +4. Neither of them hit as the Hexblade easily deflects them with his sword. Meanwhile, upstairs, we have 2 Hexblades. One of them uses his first action to cast Hexblade's Curse on Bartleby. And then he uses his second action to disengage from Bartleby, taking a step back.
Does that mean Bartleby gets to hit him?
He disengaged. The second Hexblade is going to... the second Hexblade raises his arm and fires a lightning bolt through Bartleby and the party.
Oh.
Everyone except Reaver and Nargle, because everyone except Reaver, Nargle, and Milo make... Okay, so in this case, just Bartleby and Angus make dex saves, please, along with Dan
Alright,
Cooper.
let's see how we go. Well, if there is ever a time to use my Ring of Evasion, let's test it out right now.
Evasion.
I don't say evasion, I say avoision.
Avoision.
Mostly
Dan
because
Cooper
I rolled a
failed
2 and
his.
I'm not dealing with this bullshit.
Oh, damn.
Control, wait up.
You're doing a dex save to avoid a lightning bolt.
20.
Which means I only take quarter damage.
Okay, and he's casting it a level above usual, so that is...
I only take quarter damage?
Oh!
Okay.
That's
Okay,
not
Dan-
funny.
Dan Cooper takes 42 points of damage, which, let me see, does not kill him, but takes about half his health away. Bartleby, you are taking 21 points of damage.
That's fine.
And you, Angus, are taking 11 points of damage.
Oh no.
Okay. Meanwhile, there are 2 guards. One of them rushes forwards and makes 3 longsword attacks against Bartleby. And he hits you 2 times. Bartleby, you take 17 points of damage.
Sure.
The second guard rushes up to Angus and swings at him with 3 longsword attacks.
Boo? Well, that's not nice. I'm sitting here minding my own business, having a drink.
He hits you 1 time out of those 3. You manage to deflect the other 2, and you take 9 points of damage. There are 2 guards left. They look over the casino floor, and then one of them points at the table where Milo is gambling. They both rush up.
Well, fun time's over.
Okay.
Can we see your ID?
They draw their swords and each makes 2 longsword attacks against Milo.
My armor class is 19.
And let me check their attack bonus. You managed to easily deflect all 4 of the attacks, Milo, and then you give them an ear lashing for interrupting your gambling.
Despite the fact that
Did you two just interrupt my gambling?
Oh, yeah, see, these guys are done for. They interrupted your gambling and my drinking. They will not live to see the
And
pudding.
now it's Milo's turn.
Oh, no.
Sweet justice.
My bonus action to summon Bluebeard.
I was going to say, oh, yeah, dang, done, done, did it now, son.
Bluebeard appears and he breaks through the canopy above the deck and he says, "Yar, that's not a ship. Welcome aboard." And you climb onto him.
Okay, so my first attack does not have my secondary attack, but is made with advantage because they're smaller than large.
Yep.
So, that's a nat 20.
Oh, damn.
Ooh, okay. Roll
With
double
my
damage.
Poisoned whip, which is 2d8.
Just
Yeah,
realized
one
that.
sec.
Oh yeah, guess whose
Yeah,
internet
Cooper.
works now?
Yep.
Not yours.
Well, while you were gone, M1, things went to shit, and all the guards aboard the ship are alerted now.
Why have we not tried sinking the ship yet?
No.
No.
There are
not
still innocent
sinking.
people on the ship.
Yeah, no one's sinking the ship.
Dan Cooper, innocent people. No one's innocent.
Yeah, Dan Cooper doesn't
You're
care.
not innocent, and if you start sinking the ship, I'll make sure you drown with it.
Well, that's fine. I'll be going right back to where I want to be.
That's
Damn,
fine by
this-
me.
Let Milo do his thing.
Yep.
How much is that, Milo?
I'm going to add a first level smite to it as well.
Yep.
Another 2d8s.
Yep.
Do I double the smite damage?
Yes, you do, because it critical.
Oh dear.
That is 48 damage with just
Ah!
The guard immediately steps back, and he says, "Oh, jeez, you must be doing well tonight to react like that."
And
your next
you
attack.
fucking interrupted me. And I attack him again with both my whips.
Actually, that's a good question. How are you getting your gold after this if this is happening?
Well, then you cannot destroy the ship then.
Flying back to the person who took my money in the first place and showing them the heads of all the dead enemies.
Fair enough.
So advantage with both my whips. Let's
Yep.
see. So that is a 12 plus 8, so that's an unnatural 20, and then a
That's a hit.
17 plus 8. So
That's the hit.
both of them hit.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not going to waste any more smites because I may need them later. Which means that's 48 anyway for the 2. Shit, no, Missy, don't.
Someone
Drop
help
the
me roll.
dice. And now I don't know where it went.
Oh dear. I just realized I was supposed to do 48 with my attack last turn, not 3.
Which means I can't roll with my physical dice because I now don't have enough.
Hold on.
8 plus 8, so that's 16. That is 17 damage all up.
Okay. The topmost guard uses his intercept attack ability. He shouts, "Frederick, no!" and leaps in front of the other guard, taking the damage and falling to the ground dead. His friend brandishes his sword and he says, "You'll pay for that, you murderer!"
You did my game!
Okay, it is Reva's turn. You wanna leap down onto the Hexblade?
Oh, I changed.
Shoot your bow from the roof at him? Okay, well you've got the high ground. You're right above him.
Sorry.
Alright.
Sorry, what did you say?
You're right above him, so you have advantage. Roll with advantage. (16 plus 9). That'll hit. Okay. Roll your damage. Yep.
Oh,
I don't think it did. Let me just quickly check. 5e rogue. I don't believe it does. I'm just checking though. 5e rogue, level 10 rogue. No, it's still 5d6. Ooh, 19. That's a good hit. Okay. You don't break stealth with Whisper when you attack, so there's no need for you to stealth, but a good hit nonetheless. Where would you like to move? Yep, sure. Still along the roof? Alright. You're just going to move to the edge of the ship. Scurrying like an invisible spider. Okay. It is Dan Cooper's turn. So Dan Cooper, you're in the square. That's the party marker. The T-Rex's Bartleby. But there are 2 guards and 2 Hexblades in close proximity here.
Hexblades?
Yep. They are warlocks.
How about they go up against 2 dinosaurs?
Gonna be a T-Rex as well? Very well.
Yeah, let's, can I cast Polymorph on myself?
Yep. Brah! You turn into a more impressive, suave T-Rex that knocks over the table you were sitting at with a flourish of its tail and then grins a toothy grin. Okay. Angus, it is your turn.
It's dandy gold. Now that I remembered how much I'm actually supposed to do when I attack, we'll just go at... is the Hexblade I threw the hammer at first still alive?
Yeah, they're both still alive.
Outstanding.
And in fact, the Hexblade you threw it at is further away now, so he's now 20 feet away from you.
Well, it doesn't matter either way, he's still coughing a hammer.
Yep.
Alright.
Hurl at him.
That's, and I just like asking this for shits and grins. Does a 27 hit?
Oh.
Oh, of course, of course.
Oh, yeah,
Go ahead,
sure.
roll your damage.
Alright, let's try this with 4d8. 26 points of damage.
Ooh, good hit. Okay, that Hexblade's looking a bit beaten up now. It
Yeah,
is
well,
Bartleby's turn.
At least deciding what to do. Can I quickly cast Shield of Faith on myself?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Done and done. And do we
Right.
lose penalty?
Bartleby's gonna do an attack, I believe,
Yep.
with his
Sorry, I'm
T-Rex form.
stepping back in.
Yep.
All right.
All right. You wanna attack a hex blade or a gun?
Hexblade in front of me, and that will be a 19 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
40, 12 plus. Oop, fuck that up. Oh, come on. For some reason, my plus key wasn't working for a second. Alright, it's 29 points of damage on the first hit,
Nice.
and
Tail
20.
attack.
20?
That's a hit.
Gee God.
Oh, 3d8. And 20 for the second hit.
And then, thwomp! You hit him with your tail, sending him sprawling across the floor. He climbs back to his feet, magic crackling in his fingers. Okay, we head downstairs. Benargle's round. What would you like to do, Nargle?
First off, I look at the other cell sword. Point at him, then point my axe at him. Then the other guy going, "If you value your life, you'll get the hell out."
Okay, make an intimidate check with advantage.
"24.
He looks at you, and wordlessly he nods, and then scurries across the room to join his friend, retreating from combat.
And
We now have just the hex blade left in here.
I would like to rush him. Ready him.
Alright, so that's a move action, and then you get a normal attack and your bonus attack, so 2 attacks.
Oh yeah, that's plus 24.
24, that's a hit, roll for damage.
Yeah, dice. Okay, now it's time to add everything up. 37.
37, a good hit. Go in for your next attack.
He needs a roll for the slot rot first.
Oh yes, he does. I will do that.
Oof.
D20. And he is succumbed to sight rot, gaining
Excellent.
a penalty on his attack rolls.
Next one is 32.
32. That's a hit, so roll for damage.
Eight. $27.
Okay. 27, another good hit. You swing your axe at the hex blade. He kneels down, looking like he's about to hit the floor. He stands up. It's his turn. Fire begins to crackle from his fingers. And he casts Hellish Rebuke.
Oh,
at
motherfucker.
4th level.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Take 13 points of fire damage.
Oh.
That's some spicy
Jeez,
revenge
you got
there.
lucky with that
You
roll.
got
I
lucky.
did.
You have gotten exceedingly lucky with this crap so far.
Then, with his second action, he swings at you with his hex blade, which he gets a penalty on. So that's going to be
Excuse me, sorry.
And you easily deflect it.
Ha
The giant wasps attempt to hit him with their stingers.
Oh no!
He deflects them.
Now you please.
The panthers roar and rush across the room in his direction. He is now flanked. They attack with advantage.
Oh right, I forgot about the
Love
Panthers.
this spell.
That's much worse.
And they're not even
One of
working
them
for me.
hits.
I was gonna say I know I'm gonna cop some heat for saying this out loud, but
Shut your whore mouth.
Noggle,
Shut your whore mouth.
Noggle,
Shut your whore mouth. We're having a fun time here.
One of the panthers roars and leaps over the table at him, and it deals 8 points of damage, searing its teeth into his throat, killing him.
Oh yeah!
Nice. I done all the dirty work.
You did, Nargle. Okay, meanwhile, upstairs, the first Hex Blade uses his first action to cast Haste on the other Hex Blade. And then, knowing that he has cursed Bartleby, he fires an Eldritch Blast at T-Rex Bartleby.
Oh no.
And that is, he hits Bartleby 2 times. So Bartleby, you take 14 points of force damage. The second Hex Blade uses his first action to cast a 4th level Hellish Rebuke on Dan Cooper. Oh, I'm sorry, on Angus, not Dan Cooper. Dan hasn't heard.
Yeah,
Good.
that's fair.
Angus, you take 29 points of flame damage.
No, I take half that.
Yeah, you take half that. So you take 14 points of fire damage.
That's
He
what I
then
thought.
uses his second attack to fire Eldritch Blasts at Milo. 3 of them. And he hits you with 2 Eldritch Blasts, Milo. Take 13 points of force damage. And then, with his final action, he fires Eldritch Blasts at Angus. And, unfortunately, none of his Eldritch Blasts could pierce Angus's shield.
Aw, isn't that cute?
The 2 guards, one of them makes 3 longsword attacks against Bartleby. He hits Bartleby 1 time. Bartleby, you take 6 points of damage. The other guard makes 3 longsword attacks against Dan Cooper's T-Rex. And he is unable to pierce the T-Rex's thick armor. The final guard makes 3 longsword attacks against Milo, who is riding his wyvern, so they are with disadvantage. And he is unable to land a hit. Okay, Milo, your turn. What will Milo do?
Sorry, I just realised I was muted.
Oh, yep, your turn.
Yep, I swing with both my whips.
Yep, go ahead.
They're both over 20.
That's 2 hits. Go ahead, roll your damage.
So 4d8s. 14, 19, 22, 26, 30, 31 damage.
31 damage. Good hit. Make your next attack.
Okay. Once again, with both my whips, this guy. All the while yelling at him, "Don't you dare disturb me ever again while I'm gambling." So one of those is over 20, and the other one is a 17.
They're both hits. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Oh boy.
I gotta duck out for a sec, go to the toilet. They'll trust you to make.
Yep. You're out of combat now, so you're fine.
28 damage.
You wrap your whip around him and then pull his head down, smashing it on the card table, killing him.
I then turn around to the dice table and go, I would like all of my winnings now, thank you.
Jesus.
The dealer just looks at you and he silently puts up his hand and then he reaches into a bag and slides a pile of gold across the table.
Good man.
Thank you. Nice day. Turn back to the
your
fight.
turn.
Oh, God.
It's Reva's turn. Alright, go ahead. You have the high ground, so once again, advantage.
It's over. We have the high ground. Sorry, I gotta keep doing that.
14.
14 plus 9. Yeah, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
Ooh.
Yep.
Wow.
And alright, so altogether, how much? By the way, guys, we're going till 6:30 because we did start a bit later.
Okay.
16. Good hit. You fire an arrow at the hex blade and it hits him in the left eye. He gurgles once and then falls to the ground, dead. Yep, where to? Alright, further down. So you can get a better vantage point. Okay.
Plates left at this point.
Just one and two guards.
Oh, by the way, all my animals are following Nargle, so if he goes downstairs again, he still has
I
backup.
will go. Yep. Alright. It is Dan Cooper's turn.
I will be right back. Missy's just got a couple of cans for some reason.
Would you like to chomp on a guard in your T-Rex form, Dan Cooper? I believe he would... Dan Cooper, would you like to chomp on a guard with your T-Rex form? Oh, his internet is crapping out. It's okay, I'll roll for him in a sec. I'll roll for you, Dan Cooper.
I'm back.
You make a bite attack against the guard. Roll a d20 and add 10.
I'm actually really am sorry, guys. My internet has just straight up seppuku into the next realm.
That's okay. 10 plus,
plus
10,
10.
that makes 20. Okay, you bite into him with your thick jaws. Roll 4d12 for damage.
Probably should have told them that we're only here for the warlocks. Oh well, a bit late now.
Maximal damage is
all.
all.
Save you downstairs. 19 plus 7, 26 points of damage. Good hit. Now you get to attack with your tail. Roll another d20.
Let's do this. Nope.
You hit him with your tail. That will be 3d8 plus 7.
What's it to pass on the tail?
T-Rex gets a crap load of strength.
Yep.
Oh.
Like, you're actually stronger than Nargle at this point.
This is 3d7?
Yeah, 3d8 plus 7.
Okay, plus 7.
9. You hit the guard with your tail, sending him flying. He lets out a scream as he topples over the side of the ship. Ah! And you hear him splash in the water below.
Well, at least he ain't dead.
D8 plus
Okay.
7.
I
Angus's
think that
turn.
rolled as a D3, not a
Yeah, I
D8.
think,
Yeah.
I think it rolled.
It doesn't matter. He died
Oh,
anyway.
he's
But
gone either
Yeah,
way.
He's not dead. He's just in the water.
Oh,
He's
Yeah,
in the
he's
water.
gone. He's just out of
All
battle.
right. It is Angus's turn.
So you said there's still a Hexblade left, correct?
Yep, and one guard.
Well, we'll go for the Hexblade then, because I'm not interested in killing the guards if they're not inherently evil.
Yep.
Colt first. And, oh, snap, that's a nat 20.
Ooh, okay.
Just
Double your
go.
damage.
That'll be 40 points of damage there.
40 points of damage. You
Oh,
hurl your
yeah.
hammer, and it strikes him in the face, and he's already taken enough damage from Bartleby that the blow is enough to kill him.
Just crack that ribcage. Mm-hmm.
There is one guard left. He looks at you, raising his hand, and then he drops his sword on the floor, scurries to the edge of the ship, climbs over, and leaps into the water.
Ah, smart lad.
Okay, now Nargle scurries up from downstairs and he looks around and surveys the carnage and then wordlessly joins you. Would you like to head into Drylun's cabin?
I might as well now. Mm-hmm.
Before we do
Right.
anything, I turn to the other players and go, "One more hand, anybody? No?
Really?
Okay.
No, store it. Mhm. You got your winnings. Shot it. Let's go. Mhm.
Oh, also, my
Oh,
question was, did they just give me the gold or do I get the tokens?
You get the tokens. You'll have to exchange it later.
Actually, as we start heading away from
Determining.
the bar, I quickly grab one more glass of wine, just going, call it traveler.
Now, just a quick question. The sheer size of two T-Rexes on quite a big riverboat, wouldn't that somewhat disrupt the balance of the boat a little bit? Like,
It's
I don't know.
It's a big, heavy boat, so it's not that bad.
It's a solid bugger.
All right, here we go.
Yes, I know,
I'm
Donkey.
just adding everyone to the map just in case.
I send Bluebeard away as well. So I'm just standing now.
Are Dan and Bartleby gonna drop polymorph, or you retaining polymorph?
Well, we can't go at the lower
Counter.
levels, can we?
Yeah. Don't have to stay T-Rexes. You may drop it if you wish.
We
Would you
just
like to
drop our load to the floor.
just gonna wander in as T-Rexes?
Well, we're still on the boat, aren't
Yes.
Are you gonna wander into Drylun's cabin as T-Rexes?
we? Oh, that'll be cool.
All right.
I know.
What about
I'll drop the
what about-
polymorph.
right? You're dropping it. What about you, Bartleby? His internet is being bad, I believe. Dan Cooper goes there. All right, Milo, are you bringing the animals along with Bartleby, or are you dismissing
I
them?
believe you said let's bring them with.
No, now that we're all back together, can the animals inform me if anybody's coming if I leave them out the front of the door just to guard the door?
Yes, you can. You can.
Okay, I'll leave them at the door.
Yep.
Just guarding the entrance to the door.
Very well. Okay. You storm into Drylun's cabin. Bartleby and Dan Cooper dropping their T-Rex forms. You enter a cabin lavishly decorated with silks and with silken tapestries and upholstery. A foppish mass of a man. Drylund sits in a luxurious throne-like chair behind a table laden with food.
Right, I'm back.
His cabin walls lined with chests and shelves. As you enter, he raises his arm and he fires a shatter in your direction. I'd like everybody to make deck saves, please.
Alright, before we do this, what happened to the two cell swords?
I think
just
bug it off.
They've just decided they don't want any part in this.
Okay, good.
Miss.
That's a 19 for me.
12,
15 for Milo.
15 for Milo.
If I get hit, what do I do to maintain concentration?
You make a wisdom save.
Is
Did
it-
I get hit? Sorry.
Not a cantrip.
Yep,
Here
you
we
can
go.
maintain concentration. Let me see. Concentration. I'm just checking what you actually need to make. I think it's a wisdom save. You lose concentration if
Oh, it's
you get hit.
Constitution.
Oh yeah, Constitution check. Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay. So he's casting Shatter at 3rd level. So you each take.
That's for people that passed.
People who passed, you take 11 points of damage.
Sorry.
People-
Sorry. Missy was just doing something. I missed that. Sorry.
People who passed, you take 11 points of damage. People who failed, 23.
And
So
what was the
did-
save? Sorry.
Yeah.
And the save was 18.
Oh,
Damn.
good. I got 19. Fuck yeah.
Alright,
60.
sorry, I'm
My
back
dex.
out. Things sorted.
Alright,
I got
Bartleby, did you
18 on my
drop
Constitution.
your T-Rex form, Bartleby, or are you maintaining it?
Is the combat over?
It is over, and the party's decided to go into Drylun's cabin to interrogate him, and his reaction to everyone barging in is to fire a shatter at everyone.
Alright, well, I'll just maintain T-Rex form.
Alright, you're maintaining T-Rex form. Okay.
I got
I'll grab...
17 for my Constitution save. Is that a pass for a 20?
Yeah, that's a
or
pass for your concentration. Yep,
So my animals are still there then.
they still are. Okay, so everyone except Nargle took 23 points of lightning damage.
Oh, I took.
Wait, lightning damage? That means I only take
Yes.
half.
Yeah, you take half. You take 11, Angus.
Hey.
Quick question.
As-
I got
Yep.
16 plus my 4 dex, so that's a pass, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a pass.
Oh,
Alright,
yeah,
cool.
so Dan Cooper, you only take 11 as well.
Alright, cool.
Okay. And as Lord Drylun stands from his seat and glares at you, you see the air around him begin to shimmer, and then a second hex blade materializes to his
Oof.
right. This hex blade smiles, and he casts Hexblade's curse on Angus.
Of course.
What's what's
Okay.
that do anyway?
It just makes it so it's easier for them to hit you, and
Oh,
if they
okay.
hit you, you take
Yeah.
more damage. Okay, Milo's turn is first.
Wait, did we already roll for the...
I think
Yeah,
we're
I'm
just
using
keeping
the
the old
same
initiative.
Okay.
Can I use my first? If I use my first action to call in all the animals, would that mean I don't get my second attack?
You just get one attack.
Okay, I call in all of my animals
The
And-
door
Milo's menagerie.
and tell them
comes
to
the
focus
menagerie.
on the Lord.
on the Lord, very well. Lord!
Sorry for all the extra
Spiders.
work.
The spiders, wasps, and panthers swarm into the room. The room is extremely crowded now. Okay, Milo, you may move forward. You won't have an attack if you move forward, because you're not within range. of
I'll
anyone.
just stay where I am and pull out my bow, which I never use.
And fire
Oh.
off a shot at Lord Drylund.
Yes, I may as well still be useful.
Go ahead.
Okay. God, it's been a while since I've done this. That's a 26.
Lord Dryland reaches for a giant glaive leaning against the side of his throat, and he attempts to parry your arrow, but he is too late. It hits him. Roll for damage.
Good.
My bow. Now here I've got my bow as a 1d8. I don't think that's right by the...
Is
It's
it a
been that long-
longbow? Is it a longbow?
I don't know, I've just written bow. It's been that long since I've used it.
I think it would be a longbow because you're a ranged.
Yeah,
I think
okay,
you're-
so that is a 1d8.
Yeah.
Then. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
it's alright, 1d8.
So that is 9 damage.
Yep. 9 damage. Not bad, not bad. Okay, Nargle's turn.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I normally never do. A
Yep.
rage.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Oh, did you rage before?
Yeah, I raged before.
Oh, because that rage will still be active.
Oh, it's still
Yeah.
active? Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's see. First, we're gonna go acid.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna make Drylund and the Hexblade roll for that. So that's a con check. Okay, and both of them pass, but they're still gonna take half damage.
Yeah. Jesus. Oh, that's a few.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, that's 21, not bad.
Ooh, good hit. Good bit of damage. Okay, make your next attack. You have
Yes.
to get into range. Okay, so they take 11 points of damage from that 21, but unless you want to throw a javelin from here, you could do that.
Oh, no, I'm going full axe. Murder,
Alright.
hobo.
Alright, you move into range, and that's your turn.
Extra attack, remember?
Oh yes, yeah, so you get one attack with this axe. Go ahead.
32.
Ooh, that's definitely a hit. Roll for damage.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Just checking. Just. $27.
27. That's another good hit. And slash! Swing your sword into him. He looks at you and he says, "You'll pay for that, lizard man!"
And sight rot.
Yes, we shall see if he succumbs to the sight rot. 20. He does not.
Oh, motherfucker.
Okay, it's the enemy's turn, because they hit you with surprise before.
Yeah.
They knew you were going to come into the cabin. You may have had a chance to do this diplomatically, but with all the fighting going on out there, they were ready for you.
Actually, we were surprised. I don't get I'm to being surprised.
Oh, yeah,
Also-
but
also,
you were still hit with AoE damage from the shatter, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, Drylund uses his first action to cast Haste on the Hexblade. Then with his second action, he raises his hand and casts Stone Skin on himself, his flesh growing grey, hardening like stone. The Hexblade raises his hand, fire beginning to crackle from it, and he unleashes a fireball in your direction with his first action.
That's not good.
Ouch.
Oh,
Dex
that's in a boat.
Yep, Dex saves everybody, please.
I'm behind him. So would that still affect me?
Not
Okay.
you. Everyone except Nargle.
Oh.
Screw it, I'm gonna take this 'cause it's only half damage. I'm trying to save my ring of evasions for just in case.
I got a 19.
That's 21 for me.
Remember, people, you have inspiration points.
That's a
I
that's a
failed.
pass from Bartleby.
And one,
Yes,
don't you have an
inspiration
inspiration
points
point?
if you need them. I'd like to use an inspiration point and one to re-roll.
I
What
think
was
I
it?
might try.
Go ahead, re-roll. You might pass the
What do we
save.
get?
A fireball.
Fireball.
Okay.
Oh, a 10.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say no.
Unfortunately, you fail. Okay, so here we go. 8d10 coming your way.
Please be nice.
Okay.
10.
Everybody. Oh, it's
Then
10d8.
fireballs are D6s.
Oh, thank
But they're
God.
not. They're d8s.
I'm pretty sure D6s. I'm pretty sure it's 8D6.
Let me see.
Technicality.
They're exactly the same as lightning. There you go. You're right.
Oh, thank
Yes,
God.
he did do D10s.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
Here
God.
comes- I was mixing it up with different spell. Okay. So, Dan Cooper, you take 33. Everyone else, you take 16 points of damage.
Wait, doesn't Dan take half? Because he's...
Oh, yeah, so Dan, you take 16, so everyone just takes 16.
Oh, I have fire
16 for
resistance,
everyone.
that's 8.
Yeah. And everyone who has fire resistance, who also dodged, you take 8 points of damage.
So he basically fires this off and then just sees us standing there going, oh.
And now...
Fire.
Oh. I don't know.
Flames immediately begin to spread throughout the wood. Dryland looks at the Hexblade and he says, "Look what you've done, you fool! We're all going to burn!"
Well, at least we didn't start.
In this case, maximum collateral damage.
God
The
damn it.
The Hexblade merely shrugs, and then with his next action, he fires Eldritch Blasts at Bartleby. And he hits you with 2 of them. Bartleby, you take-
If we wanted to keep this boat afloat, Angus could always create water to put the fire out.
before the fire
Yeah.
spreads.
Okay.
That is 9 points of force damage Bartleby takes. And then with his final action, he shoots Eldritch Blasts at Nargle. And he hits you with 2 of them. Nargle, you take 15 points of force damage. Yep, okay, it is Reaver's turn.
Hey,
Yes, you can. Actually, yeah, dipping into poison will be a bonus action, so you can go ahead and do that.
Sorry, but did my animals get their attack?
Oh wait, no, they did not. Sorry.
Sorry, Ruben, I
Hey,
don't mean to.
Spiders
interrupt.
and the panthers rush towards the Hexblade.
I saved my
set
DC as
upon
well
him.
anyway. So.
And set upon him.
Oh, I asked them to attack the Lord.
Oh yeah, that's right, Dryland. Except
Sorry.
they have no way of reaching him, so they have to get
Oh,
through the
okay.
Hexblade.
That's fine.
And one of the panthers hits the Hexblade, dealing 8 points of damage, attempting to pounce on him. The wasps zoom across the room towards Dryland, hovering above his food and stabbing at him with their stingers.
No.
And one of them hits him. However, he has resistance to non-magical damage because of his stone skin.
Ah.
So he will only be taking half damage from this. So it's 1d6. It's 4d6 all up. Roll 4d6 plus 2. He takes 8 points of damage from the giant wasps. Okay, Reaver, you've dipped an arrow in poison. Who would you like to fire at? Dryland or the Hexblade? Alright, go ahead. You don't have advantage because you're not on the roof, you're on the floor. You didn't have a chance to get on the roof. Because you all just barged in. You all just barged into the room and he's basically attacked you. That's still a hit. Roll your damage. Nine plus your sneak attack. Is it strong or medium you're using? 8d6, please. 28. Now your sneak attack. 24. Ooh, that is some good damage. A very good hit indeed. And you are still stealthed. Okay. It
Yeah, I'm
is
on the
Dan
roof.
Cooper's. Yep, mate. Yep, you'll be able to do that. It is Dan Cooper's turn.
Ooh, okay, so
You want to polymorph again, or you want to go straight in with a spell, like shoot a lightning bolt at the Hexblade or something?
Stroll. So at the moment, it's just our boss guy and Hexblade, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only 2 enemies.
Okay. What do they look like at the moment? They're looking pretty damaged and weary, or surprised by what's going on.
The Hexblade's looking pretty damaged. The Lord Drylund is not.
Oh,
His stony skin is firm.
All right. Can I please cast darkness? When actually, can I cast darkness just to really scare the living shit out on our boss guy?
that's gonna.
Not me.
Oh yeah.
The room is so small it'll affect everyone. So
Basically,
I'd say just go and attack the Hexblade. Take down his Hexblade, and he might be more amenable to some persuasion.
In that case, yeah, I'm gonna cast 3rd level lightning bolt.
All right, and you can aim it. It's gonna hit the Panthers, but that's okay. They can be resummoned. All right, spell lightning bolt. Okay, I'm gonna roll for the Hexblade and the 2 Panthers. And okay, one of the Panthers passed. The Hexblade and the other Panther did not. Okay, I would like you to please roll your 8d6s, Dan.
All right.
28. Okay. You kill one of the Panthers, but lightning surges through the air, and the Hexblade falls to the ground, his body spasming. Okay. It is Angus's turn.
Okay, well, first things first, I'm going to have to use Create Water to, for the love of God, put the actual bloody fire out before it's...
Fire out.
Okay.
Alright, that'll be your action. You raise your hands and bark the incantation, and then water splashes throughout the small office. Drylund leaps onto the table and he says, "What could you done? You ruined my dinner!"
Would you rather your entire boat burn down, you fat idiot? Sit down.
It is Bartleby's turn.
I will try and take a chunk out of the captain.
Alright, go ahead. Roll to hit.
22.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
12 plus 7. Alright, that's 44 points of damage.
Oh, alright, make your tail attack.
And that's 25.
That's a hit. Alright, roll your damage.
Oh wait, that's right, that was the damage. I fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
That's the damage roll.
Yep.
And it's 26 to hit.
Yep, okay.
So 25 points of
Swing
damage.
your tail at him, tipping over his dining table, spilling his food everywhere, and sending him sprawling face first into a puddle of water created by Angus. He groans as he hits the ground in pain. Everyone, make intimidation checks, please.
Hey.
Bartle-
Do I get
Bartleby
advantage because
and
of my helm?
Nargle, you may do yours with advantage.
What we do now?
Alright,
Nargle
that
and
is
Bartleby.
8.
8, okay, so that's a fail
Hey,
from
do I
Bartleby.
bother doing?
You're still doing one. It's a party check.
That's a
16.
22.
What are we rolling for?
Yep.
Intimidation.
Intimidation.
Oh, 14?
14. Okay, that's
Tom
2
rolled
passes
1.
so far.
I'm a scary T-Rex.
Right.
He's flailing his little arms.
Wow.
16.
I would suggest it's less that I'm not scary, it's just I'm not trying to... There's no point in my eyes. There's just anger and hunger. So he does not really
Yeah.
understand what direction to be intimidated in.
Okay. Well, that's a group pass. Okay.
Have magical.
Captain Lord Dryland groans, and his stone flesh begins to turn back into normal skin color, and lying still face down, he looks up at you and he says, "Please, no more, no more."
I hop
do
down
what?
off the to him and
Oh, yeah, I forgot we had those.
Walk over and you immediately clap his hands in irons. He looks up at you, hatred on his face. He says, how dare you? Who are you to barge onto my ship and clap me in irons as if I were a common criminal?
Now you
Well,
listen to me, you little shit. You've been causing trouble for my woman. And I will not
this isn't
be
even my
having
fight at
this.
this point.
I vote we let Kitty do everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
everyone shuts up. Kitty can take it from here.
Couldn't interrogate him.
you got
He
this.
looks
And
up
then
at
I
you and
kick
says,
him in the gut.
kick him, and he winces and he looks up at you and says, You're woman. You're mad. You don't mean that bloody harpy scimitar Sally.
Of course I do.
Ixnay on the
Miserable
arm.
fuck.
He whimpers
Wow,
in
that was so
way.
epic. It actually kicked me out for interrupting.
He whimpers in an odd way and then curls up in a ball at the foot of his throne, surveying his spilled dinner and the puddle of water that's taken over his cabin. And he looks up at you and he says, Well, what the bloody hell does she want that would warrant coming onto my boat, killing my staff, and ruining my dinner?
Attacked us first.
I begin eating
What are
his
you
dinner
doing
off
with the
floor.
Kraken
I was gonna say-
Society?
Bartleby just leans over and just begins going.
Wow.
Soggy meat.
He looks up at you and he says, You're mad, woman. What do you want?
Nation.
This is about what?
About the Kraken Society.
He says, Them, the Kraken Society. He looks at you. He says, Then you are. No, I've heard of you. The Fellowship, they call you.
Hey, full marks.
You're-
Good for you, lad.
He says, You're mad out of your mind. You want to rescue that darned Storm King.
Oh, so he is alive.
Oh, thanks for confirming it, you idiot.
He says, Yes, the Storm King. Well, I provided some of the manpower required to capture him and slaughter his wife, and that's how I got in the good books of the society, you see.
That's my future father-in-law you're fucking
I was
with.
gonna say, you're instinctively pissing off the lover of two members of our groups. You might want to stop that.
He says, I helped orchestrate the kidnapping, and the Kraken Society promised that when I became a member, if I helped them, then they would put me in the perfect position to maneuver that bitch Nestra out of the water.
Can I-
You're gonna die.
Can I break a finger?
Can we please not kill him? We need this guy.
No. I'm not going to kill him. I'm just going to break a finger.
Oh, yeah,
Gonna
please
die later.
break away. Just because we
Go
need him
ahead.
alive doesn't mean he has to be in one piece.
Walk up to him and you snap his index finger. He shrieks in pain. He says, Ah! He says, Don't! Just leave me in peace. Leave my boat alone and I'll tell you everything.
Often feed it to Bartleby.
Jesus.
I assume he's on the ground.
Yeah.
I put
Yeah, well,
my,
you handcuffed him.
I put my foot on his head and I say, I'm gonna take all of your stuff.
Lick my boot.
You know, if you
I
guys
give it
got this, I
to-
might head back to the bar.
And I give it
He
to
shrieks
my way.
He shrieks and he says, All right. The Storm King is kept in the hold of a ship called the Morkoth. It is in the trackless sea, but it is immune to dowsing magic.
Doesn't
What's
magic.
dowsing?
Okay. That means we can't find him by using
We
magic.
can't
Oh,
try.
yeah, like a devil.
Yeah, you
We
can't
have
try
wyverns
that.
to just comb the area.
So,
He says-
how exactly do we go about finding him? And I need to remind
He
you on a
says-
time limit here.
He says, Well, the Kraken sent some operatives to take residence on my ship, and if you head down into the hold, then he doesn't finish his sentence. He begins to clutch. He immediately clutches his hand to his head
Ah,
and
crap.
shouts,
Oh.
"Oh, the pain!" Suddenly, you hear a squish as blood begins to pour forth out of his nostrils, and he doubles over in obvious pain. You've seen this happen before.
I drop the dinosaur form. And I turn to Angus. I'm like, you wouldn't happen to have any curse removal magic, do you?
Oh,
Let's
I
have a look.
actually would have if I'd taken it.
Does Greater Restoration count as
Greater
removing-
Restoration would remove a curse, but from what you witnessed last time, Angus and everyone else, except for Bartleby who wasn't present, you know this to be a psychic assault from the Kraken.
Yeah, there's not much I can do about beating that. As far
However,
as I know.
you have enough. Reaver, who is able to communicate telepathically, you have enough time to inform Bartleby that the man is currently undergoing a psychic attack sent by the Kraken through his Kraken Society amulet.
All right,
Take the amulet off him.
give me half a second. I'll see what I've got.
So can we
Can I
just take
read
the
for everyone? I can speak with the dead.
Can we just
The
take the
Kraken
amulet off?
last time is what taking the
Yeah.
amulet off was what
Oh,
killed
Taking
me.
yeah.
taking the amulet off will amplify the psychic assault to
Right.
the point where it will kill him instantly.
Wait,
Okay,
Bartleby,
I'm going to
Bartleby,
cast Resilience Sphere on him.
No, I was going to say put your bloody
Requires
thought-blocking
attunement.
amulet on him.
I'm just to begin with, I'm gonna cast Resilience Sphere on him because that will mean nothing can pass through it, no objects, energy, or spells or anything. So that should end the effect for the moment.
You raise your hands and you cast Resilience Sphere. A sphere of light encases him. He stops shrieking in pain, but he still clutches his hand to his head, and blood continues to pour. And then you notice the amulet around his neck beginning to glow.
Shit. I don't think it's working.
Yes.
You appear to have cut off the Kraken's direct psychic assault. However, whatever energy is maintained within the amulet is still striking him inside the sphere.
Can I use Gears to suggest that he has more willpower than is coming against him? Like,
I
he's
don't
going
think...
to fight against himself.
By the time you try
Right.
starting to cast that, it takes a
Yeah.
minute to cast Gears. That's not...
You won't have enough time.
Unless he uses True Strike. And then...
No,
Gears.
This is a psychic assault. If anyone has anything that gives immunity to mind-altering effects, that should fix it.
Give him a blanket.
Resilience Sphere has bought you some time, enough time to think of something and do it to him.
Oh wait, I have a potion of clarity.
Oh,
Yeah.
now charm.
Wait. He has a potion of clarity.
That'd work.
Oh, sure.
Pour
Yeah,
it down
that
his
is
gullet.
You cannot pass through the sphere of...
I drop
shit, so you have to drop it
I
really
say,
quick.
once I do this, do what you're going to do quickly, and I drop the sphere.
Okay.
Can I use counter charm? In case it's
sorry.
dead.
It's
Sorry,
not a
Dan?
charm. It's a...
There's too many people.
Oh shit! Sorry. River.
What did Dan wish to do?
I use counter charm. It gives allies advantage against mind-altering effects.
That'll buy Reaver some time. Okay. Bartleby snaps his fingers. The Resilience Sphere dies, and as soon as it does, Dryland continues shrieking in pain, buckling over as blood spurts out of his nose and ears onto his robe. Dan Cooper, you take this chance to cast a counter charm while Reaver rushes forwards to put the potion of clarity down his throat. Reaver, make an acrobatics check with advantage, please. And you may add +2 to the roll because of the counter charm, buying you a little bit of time.
Us.
Yep. You leap over the flipped table, grab him by the throat, and put the potion bottle into his mouth, forcing him to swallow it. The screams of pain subside to whimpers and then die entirely. As soon as they are gone, do you dare to remove the amulet from around his neck?
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna do more damage with the non than it is will be
Can
off.
I try and examine the amulet and to see what effect that would
Probably a
have?
good idea.
Yes,
Investigate.
make an Arcana check, please, Bartleby.
All right, well that's 13.
13. Okay.
Do I give myself 30 advantage?
Yes.
All right, well that brings it up to 30.
Bartleby, this appears to be an amulet that is designed to allow members of the Kraken Society to receive telepathic instructions from the Kraken and, if need be, to receive psychic assaults, usually to kill them before they can betray the society. While he is under the effects of the Potion of Clarity, the effects are nullified and it should be safe to remove.
I remove the amulet.
Remove the amulet, and even though you've nullified its effects, the amulet still has a direct link to the Kraken, meaning you may be able to use it as a way to locate the location of this ship.
Wonderful. I'll tuck it away into my thing and I'll do some experiments with it and see if I can come up with a device or some sort of mechanism to allow us to do that in our downtime.
All
Sure.
right. Well, in the meantime,
We've had one all along.
Yeah.
Well, the one you had wouldn't have worked because it dispelled its power into the girl's brain and no longer was magical. This one didn't get a chance to discharge its power.
If
So
you want.
Bartleby leans forward and pulls the amulet off Dryland. The last few whimpers of pain stop, and he looks up at you, covered in blood, his eyes utterly terrified. That ends today's session.
Oh, boo.
You have infiltrated the Grand Dane, got the information from Dryland that the Storm King is indeed alive and is present aboard the Morkoth, a ship that is immune to dowsing magic. But with this amulet, perhaps you may be able to find it. The psychic assault that he suffered, however, while it was not enough to kill him, has dealt enough brain damage to Dryland that it has left him as nothing more than a gibbering mess.
He's a potato.
He is unable to provide any more information to you.
Yeah.
You have two choices on how you would like to proceed for next week. He did hint that something in the hold of his casino boat would point you to the ship. However, you can also trust in Bartleby and the Harpers that they would be able to reverse engineer this amulet and allow that to point you to the location of the Morkoth instead.
I want to fight the giant thing in the bow of the ship.
I'd rather not.
Yeah.
But there looked like there was treasure there.
Yeah, also big fuck off enemies. They'll probably take the shit out of us.
I feel like we've got what we came here for.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can we set fire to the place?
So, set fire to it.
No.
There's still people on the boat.
Why do we need? We don't need to set fire to the ship.
I mean, it's outlit. It's useful.
There's innocent people on the ship.
Burn it to the. Because it's not useful to you anymore. Doesn't mean we need to burn it. You fucking savage.
I mean, we could take the thing to the get everybody off board. Take it to the treasure processing facility of the Storm Giants and just sink it there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or we could give it to the Thieves Guild.
or you can give it to the Thieves Guild and
I
I'd
maybe
be
was
like,
like, can
my
we-
darling, I have a gift for you.
Take
Can we
me.
Yeah,
drop
and then
the
she goes downstairs to check out the basement and gets eaten.
I will
Either
tell her
way-
not to look in the basement.
either way,
I'd like to drop the potato off to get arrested. I mean, yeah,
You
okay, he's a
wait
gibbering
in-
mesh, but he still needs to take trial.
You wait in the bar with the gibbering mess that is Dryland until the ship docks at midnight at the bank of the river. Bartleby sends ahead word to both the Thieves Guild and to Water Baron Nestra Ruthiol. And so armed guards of Yatar are waiting at the dock. They haul away Dryland, and they say that he will pay for his crimes. Of course, in Yatar, there is no such thing as a fair trial. And the next day, you are informed by Scimitar Sally that he has been placed into Yatar's dungeon to languish for the rest of his days in solitary confinement.
Can I get my money from the person that
Me too. Payment up front.
exchanges?
The casino ship, as thanks for dealing with Dryland, you are given dominion over.
Oh.
Scimitar Sally
What?
hints that if you turn it over to the Thieves Guild, then they will owe the Fellowship a favour. On the other hand, you may turn it over to the Storm Giants and take possession of that treasure. Either way, when members of the Thieves Guild and the Guards of Yatar descend into the hold of the ship, they find all evidence of the Kraken Society's members gone, seemingly having vanished into thin air, along with a large portion of the treasure.
Ah, dang.
Oh well.
Well, you said large portion. That means it's not all gone.
Not all of it.
What if
Hmm.
we take the
At
boat
least
for
half of it is
now,
still there.
and then we come back in?
Scimitar Sally winks, thinking that you would say this, and says, "Treasure's part of the deal."
Ah,
Parroted by Vector, who simply shouts, "Payment up front!"
yeah, half-brained off. So basically, we can either sink the ship at the Storm Giant's place and get the loot, or we hand it over to the Thieves Guild to help them get back in business, and they would owe us a favor of some description, some vague description.
Yes.
Is that each of us a favor or the group as a
Your
whole
group.
a favor?
Your group as a whole.
Fellowship. What do we think?
I want
I
my
mean-
gold.
I said, come on!
We can
I
just...
just fought for your honor, woman.
I think she did very convincingly. I'm pretty sure he peed himself before his brain started leaking.
I would like Reva to do a charisma check, please. Just a straight charisma check.
Big money?
Yeah!
No.
Scimitar Sally says, "Fine, I'll let you have a choice of one item from the treasure hoard.
Oh,
Is that
if you
one
give
each
me-
or one?
If you give me the boat,
I can't see a
just
problem
one
with...
item for the whole group."
Look, personally, I don't see the problem in handing it over to the Thieves Guild. I mean, this thing
Yeah.
was crooked to begin with. Plus, if we help them, it'll make dealing with Yasser a lot easier from now on.
Yeah, plus the favor could be that we get them to help us fight at the end of the campaign.
Amongst other
Yes.
things. Plus,
Amongst
you know,
other things.
I'm
Amongst
pretty sure
other
Reva definitely wants to get in good with her woman.
Yeah.
So, if we're aiming for the Thieves Guild, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think a favor is going to be more useful than a couple of magic
Trinket.
items that have
But
been
we
left
still get-
behind.
Plus, we still get one item anyway. Besides, if
And-
they've nicked off,
yeah.
if the Kraken lot ran off with the rest, we can just grab that when we
Yeah.
find them later.
Yep. And
All
so,
right, I'm going to
Reva,
Thieves Guild.
you kneel on your knees in front of the docked ship, and you say, "A present, milady." Scimitar Sally smiles and she says, "Oh dear, if that is a proposal, then that's a big bloody rock."
And I just look at her and I go, "This is why I love
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
you."
Just me going, what is with you lot and the honey bastards?
Okay, three of you, please roll D100s.
Oh, three of us,
well,
eh? Okay.
I'm gonna roll one because that's my woman.
I'll roll
Yeah.
one just cause I haven't done one in a while.
Well, I'll get the 30. Oh, the third one.
47.
86.
Okay.
Oh, crap. I'll just.
Yep. Okay. You have the choice.
1.
One. Ooh, okay. You have the choice between a defender sword,
Wait.
a
Wait, what?
s- you have the
Sorry.
choice between a defender sword, a spell scroll, and a ring. All three of them legendary items.
What kind of ring?
What kind of ring?
Would you like to
Guessing we have to-
burn? Would you like
I
to
will
burn and
happily-
identify on it?
Look, I'm happy to burn identify since this is pretty much the end of us for today.
It is a ring of true good.
Oh!
What's that do?
Oh!
That do again?
Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, I know what I'm voting for.
It is
I type in Moon True Good to Google.
IV.
Amulet of True Good. Oh,
No, that's
no,
different. That's
I've
different
turned it into a
planes.
ring. A talisman of pure
That's
good.
that's
Too
completely
many-
different. That's
Too many
amulet of
people!
planes.
Sorry. Talisman of pure good. Item. Talisman of pure good. Okay, there you go. That's what it does.
Oh, yeah, that thing, yeah.
Meanwhile, the other item that you know of is a defender.
Oh my
And
god.
the spell scroll will be for a maximum level spell.
can I vote for the spell scroll?
I'm
Oh,
heavily
wait,
voting for the talisman here. Like, heavily voting for the talisman here.
How is the spell chosen? Sorry.
I will tell you what spell it will be.
Oh,
You
okay.
wish? Please tell me it's wish.
I will tell you what the spell is. And the spell is Time Stop.
Shit. That just
Interesting.
sounds.
That's a spell of some fuckery, but I'm happy just to like the ring of good may be
I'm
a better long term investment. Plus, I think Angus really wants it.
Yep.
Like he really, really, really wants it.
Oh, this is the.
He's got
Is this the thing that you were telling me about, Mark?
yes.
he's
I didn't think we were
he's
gonna
got
get
that dwarf, like
Yes.
you know that look when a dwarf sees like gold for the first time in like
I didn't
an
think
awesome-
it was going to show up this soon. I mean, we talked about it like this week, just as a fun idea. But
Hey, I
hold
you
told you there's
telling
only
me
like
about it.
Oh my
4
god!
sessions left in the campaign, so of course it's going to show up.
Yeah, I'm voting for the amulet. Oh, the talisman or whatever you're making it.
Alright. Alright, well, that's it. There's 3 votes for the talisman, so that's all that's needed. The talisman of pure good is yours, Angus. And
Yay!
this talisman, I thought it was an amulet, but it's a talisman, so
God.
you just have to have it on your person.
Yep, works for me.
There you go. So the talisman of pure good is yours. The Grand Dame is turned over to the Thieves Guild, and the next day, after some minor repairs, it is relaunched for business as usual, with the simple renaming of Throat Slitter Casino.
Aww.
And now can I
And-
transfer my coins?
Yes, you are able to transfer your tokens.
Cool. And I'm attuning to my magic stick.
Yep,
I
you,
am so
you,
attuning to
you
my-
all get to attune to your items, and we will roll to see if you can determine the location of the Morkoth next week.
Also, just quick question: how long ago? How many days in game was it since we got income? Has it only technically been
I
like
think
2 days?
Did we get it last week?
Considering,
Yeah, it's only been a couple days.
was it only last week?
Yeah, it was
I
only
can't remember.
last week.
I have a
Oh,
more
okay,
important-
sorry. I couldn't
Yeah.
remember doing it. That's all.
I have a more important question to ask. Just random question. How many days has it been since Dan first revived Scully?
Not 30 yet.
Fair enough.
Nearly.
Last time. It's the last time I checked.
Yes, Reaver, you may fence the items next week.
And
Because next week you'll still be in Yartar. You'll be able to fence the items, do a bit of shopping. Bartleby will try to reverse engineer that amulet with the Harper's help, most likely. And
hopefully
you'll be able
Scimitar
to-
Sally will find the item I want.
she will find the item you want next week. Okay. Yep, and that's that's today's session. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
so,
you.
so very
Thank
much.
you.
We will so next week we will resume in Yartar, where you'll be able to finally fence all of your loot. In addition to reverse engineering the amulet, and then hopefully rescue the Storm King from the clutches of the Kraken Society.
I'm just guessing that we've had a long rest.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just double checking.
You get a long rest, you get to attune, and next session will pick up like a day or two after. And to clarify, if you had not figured out how to prevent him from dying, you would have had to go down into the hold to get another amulet unworn, which still had its energy. And down there was an Aboleth Slime Lord and a squadron of Sahagans.
Oh, we could have taken care of them.
I'm
Yes.
happier this way.
I'm not. More
I don't
violence.
care. You still got to
No.
fight things.
You wouldn't have been able to take care of them easily because the Sargon priestess had control water and was going to flood the hold.
Yeah, and remember the last time we took on an Aboleth where we got the crap kicked out of us and both you and Milo got diseased?
Yeah, we're
Yeah, and this
fine.
was a stronger one.
This is a much stronger one.
We would have
And you
been.
would have had to fight it underwater because the Sargons were going to control water to flood the hold, which meant the Aboleth was going to leak all its goo everywhere and basically nearly infect all of you.
Yeah, so this was basically the absolute second week in a
Yes.
row. We had the absolute best.
Alright, well, they're yammering on, so I'm just going to stop time. Thank you for joining in, and don't forget to join in tomorrow for some more Call of Cthulhu, as always. Thank you so very much for joining in. Don't forget to hit the sub, follow, and like button, and come join me on Discord. Stay up to date on whenever I'm streaming, or